Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. This is Matt Canizaro live at Western Bowl in Indianapolis, and we'll be underway here in just a second. Everybody's getting their cheers in, and we will have the 6 games of men's competition this morning, followed by 6 games of women's competition. So thank you all for joining us. It'll be a long day, and we do have a special guest, and we'll be right back with him in just a minute. Again, the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic.
Maddie, how's everything, man? Good to be back in the saddle with for a few days.
Glad to have you. Looking forward to some great college bowling this weekend. We're wall to wall right now with men's teams filling this 80-lane center. Some very difficult lane conditions this weekend. A nice variety. We'll have all the details and more. We'll be here with you for the next many hours. 12 team games, 6 men's and 6 women's. So thank you all for tuning in. Tell your friends we'll be here. All right, Mr. Williams, I'm going to get situated here, get all of our tech stuff ready to go for the next 14 hours or so. But some interesting weather going on out there. A lot of teams having trouble getting to town this weekend. They were expecting an inch of snow, and it snowed all day yesterday. More than 5 inches out there. A lot of travel delays, and you flew in from Chicago. Didn't appear to have any issues at all.
Turned out to be a fantastic decision to go ahead and fly in, and I certainly was going to make the 3-hour drive or so. Try to get there maybe 2.5, but in light of the snowfall of yesterday, which is quite common within the last 2 months, essentially, especially in the Midwest and really across the country. But especially in Chicago, where we experienced 2 days of the polar vortex. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that down in sunny Dallas. But it was quite chilly. Temps around -20, just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
So this is almost balmy compared to what I've experienced in the last 2 months or so.
Well, we got to spend some time at the hotel and see what college bowling is all about. I remember the good old days many decades ago, but all the vans rolling in, equipment coming through the hotel. Of course, you want to keep your stuff warm.
I tell you, I don't recall really seeing that many buses at one hotel at my time. The most would be at Nationals, for example, where
Bragger.
We'd see
Emil's bragging. Well, I've been to Nationals before.
That's where everybody, of course, would stay, is at one host hotel. So good to see a lot of the teams staying at the host hotel. A lot of teams, of course, college bowling expanded and continuing to expand year in and year out, which is fantastic for the sport. Certainly 2 recognizable names, really 3 across our featured pairs here, McKendree and Fresno State.
All right, lanes 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Hold up on your practice, please. Lanes 1 and 2.
Lanes 1 and 2, hold up on your practice. All right, 1 and 2, a little behind. Again, we are wall to wall, 80 lanes of men's bowling programs, the best of the best. It's a very challenging event. And in just a minute, we'll have Emil go ahead and describe the lane conditions to you, because he is an expert. A.J. Johnson, Team USA member, in front of us here on our feature pairs, 71 through 74. A.J. bowling for McKendree. And he'll fire up his team. That's his role. And he is very good at it. And ready to serve that role with Team USA for the second time. And we'll be behind these two pairs all weekend long, 71 through 74 right now. Fresno State, McKendree, Alma College, and Indiana. And if you're curious about who we're going to see the rest of the day, that schedule is below your video screen there on the YouTube channel. Just go down underneath for the information about section, click more, and you'll see all our matchups for this round of 6 games for the men, as well as a link to the standings. Gary Brown from USBC Collegiate will be here updating those scores game by game. And then we'll take a short break and be back with 6 women's games. So looking forward to an exciting day here. Tell all your friends again, the weather's bad outside, but it's beautiful in here. College bowling at its finest, 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. It's always like a little bit of a reunion coming to these events, Emil. Get to see all of our former coaches and some players that we've known throughout the years. And right here to our left is little Jim. He spent some time with us at the Open Championships last year, learning the ropes. Bowling for Wisconsin-Whitewater. We're trying to get set up, and Emil's a celebrity in the broadcasting industry in the bowling world, so all morning long people coming up to the table wanting to say hello.
That's an inaccurate statement.
Have an autograph session in between squads today.
It was actually Matt who had about 5 or 6 people present him greetings, say hello, and all of the above. I had about 2, maybe. I'm just trying to be like you, Matt. If you're going to emulate someone, you're a good guy to
I appreciate that.
do that, right?
As long as it's not on the bowling lanes.
Boy, that's a good smell.
Yeah.
Good smell. There's an aroma.
It's unfair. The smells of the bowling center, the popcorn machine. If you're at home, grab your popcorn as well. Put us on the big screen. We're going to watch Fresno State and McKendree. Indiana and Alma College. 2 featured pairs this year at the Hoosier Classic. A big surprise for Nick Hoagland. He was all ready for 1 featured pair. Got the lane assignments ready. And we surprised him with some new technology. Showing off the Backhaul Direct masking units.
Last time I was at Western Bowl, I believe was 2005. Good old junior gold.
Emil, just a young kid. The tender age of 30. I am just 9 days shy of a half-decade older than you.
So you're saying that you're old?
I experienced.
It's fair.
We are getting close to the halfway point of game number 1. And the crowd's still a little bit light, but we've got our section roped off because this place will be jam-packed full of bowling fans, family members. Centralized here in the Midwest, easy to get to, minus the 10 inches of snow outside. A lot of supporters.
Kind of forget how early it is in the Eastern time zone, so coming up on 8 o'clock. Of course, 7 Central. If you happen to be a fan of Fresno State, you got up early at 5 Pacific here to watch.
Well, Nick Hoagland and his staff here at the Hoosier Classic Western Bowl, they don't mess around. They will challenge you from the minute you walk in the door with not only lane conditions, and we'll go over those in just a minute, but a schedule probably unseen by most college students. In the building around 6 a.m., coaches meeting, and then practice at 7:15. It's the 45th annual Hoosier Classic. They're doing something right. Record numbers every year. These bowlers are not afraid of the challenging conditions. It is a grind for sure, a variety of lane conditions. While we are on the subject, let's go over what we're seeing today. The new standard in college bowling, and it will be the case in the postseason, not posting the lane condition, not giving the teams the opportunity to see what they're bowling on. But Hoagland and his crew kind of met in the middle and gave some information, at least, so the bowlers would have an idea, especially at this event when the challenge is part of the draw. But today, on our 6 games of qualifying, we're bowling on 37 feet, featuring Kegel Ice Oil. And that oil is designed to be a little more durable. It's going to hold up longer, less transition throughout the day. Some will say it plays a little bit slicker from the start. 37 feet, kind of a medium pattern. And our volume on the men's side, 33.2 mils. A little less heavy on the women's side. They'll be here this afternoon. Same pattern, just less volume for the women. But 37 feet would go to our traditional rule of 31, as we talk about a lot at the Open Championships especially. And that will give you a general idea of where you want your break point to be on the lane. You just subtract 31 from the length of the pattern. Of course, this is a very basic strategy in at least having an idea. So 37 feet minus 31, you want your break point to be right around 6. And then at that point, it's a matter of matching up with the right bowling ball surface. Of course, that's all part of the challenge of it.
Certainly one of the keys. Once you have an idea and go through practice, you probably start out with a couple of balls in mind that you may want to try, or at least you think that may work throughout the day.
You know, plenty of time to hook on the back for sure. And you know, you're going to be a little further right, like you said. And interesting with this event, bowlers limited to 5 bowling balls, and that's including a spare ball if you choose to bring one. Very similar to international competition, where there's often a limit, typically 6 bowling balls. But that really changes your choices a little bit, of course, with the different lane conditions. You have your arsenal set. Often you'll have a kind of a benchmark ball that you'll throw right out of the gate just to get an idea, just to get a read of the lane condition. That's your go-to ball, and you kind of make your decisions off of that. But with 5 bowling balls, there's going to be a lot of surface changes. You know, as the patterns change, we'll see one in today's 6 qualifying games, and then we'll see another tomorrow. We'll see a 51-foot pattern. They'll each bowl 3 more team games tomorrow morning. 51 feet, that's very intimidating. And I think when most people think of pattern length, they see 51 feet, they automatically think the ball's never going to hook, and it's time to get out the sandpaper. We talked about that last week. Aaron Smith and I were at the Prairie View Invitational, and again, the important part is looking at the milliliters and the volume of the oil rather than just the length. You don't want to go out there and completely burn up the pattern right away with too much surface. So that 51-foot pattern on the men's side, 28.3 mils. On the women's side, a little bit less. Obviously, a little less aggressive with the delivery. Lower rev rates on the women's side with 22.64 mils. And then Emil Sunday, the top 12 men's teams and the top 8 women's teams will be back for match play in the afternoon. Another lane condition. A true test of versatility. 42 feet, 26.25 mils on the men's side, 23.63 on the women's side. So you got your shorter medium pattern at 37 feet. You got your long pattern at 51 feet. And then your middle of the road 42-foot pattern. And during match play, the lanes will be cleaned and oiled prior to every match, so a fresh condition. And we'll have all that action for you here on BowlTV. But a long way to go between now and the championship Sunday evening.
Certainly, you'll see a lot of moving across the standings. You can only hope for, of course, the intensity will be there, but the close matchups, just to get into match play, coming down to the final game of qualifying, of course, and so I'm sure those will be close, at least some of them. And speaking of the patterns, I know during my time as a player, that was always one of the cool things and the great things about this event was the fact that you had to navigate 3 patterns successfully to even have a chance to make match play, for example. So it certainly is a true test, if not arguably the premier event of the collegiate season. The last Tier 1, and for a while the last event of the season before sectionals assignments are announced, and that's another thing in itself, kind of the anticipation of most schools kind of knowing they'll be in the postseason, maybe not knowing where they'll be going. Almost an NCAA-like type atmosphere where the selection portion of the season comes, and of course there's heartbreak for some, and of course enjoyment for others.
Well, we'll get to all that. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Let's turn our attention right now to lane 72. Our leadoff bowler for Fresno State working on the front 5. Coming out of the gate, the cliche of the day so far, nice and strong. Off to a good start here in this bright and early 8 a.m. Already halfway through game 1 and it's only 8 a.m. It didn't look good off his hand. Looks like he dropped it, but 10 back.
I think it's fair to say that he's playing the right part of the lane.
Again, 37-foot pattern today. In theory, you want your break point right around 6. And of course, with the amount of traffic, 10 bowlers on a pair, they had 15 minutes of practice already. That outside part of the lane is going to burn up pretty quick, I would think, with everybody out there. And they're just going to probably migrate left, maybe ball down at some point.
Certainly, I think the key to any tournament usually, or at least most of the time, a part of it is, how you handle the transition with, several teams, a full house, 5 bowlers each. Everybody, generally will start out playing the same area, of course, and then different equipment, surfaces, and what have you. So navigating each pair that you go to, of course, is always the challenge as well. So a lot of variables involved, but so far so good for the Fresno State leadoff bowler. Looks like he's throwing a Brunswick Mastermind, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, a couple of challenges that we face here when we cover a collegiate event, especially at the club level, is that we're looking at a whole lot of people standing in front of us. Coaches and players, up to 8 players for each team, all wearing the same uniforms. So unless we know who's who already, personally, we have no idea. Even with a roster, not really possible to know. Name's not on the scoreboard, so further that challenge. We covered some NCAA action. Of course, they wear numbers on their uniforms, makes it a little bit easier. So we don't mean to offend anybody. If we don't know you, you'll simply be the leadoff bowler for Fresno State until we learn otherwise. And again, This house is packed, 80 lanes, wall to wall. Collegiate programs of all skill levels. So again, we talked about navigating the pairs as you get to them, of course. Potentially folks not playing the lanes the same, and part of the challenge and part of the job of that leadoff bowler, Emil, as you know, as the human firework. Not only you want to fire up your team when you get there.
The same leadoff bowler here, Fresno State. I would do what he's doing, and that's stand kind of in the middle of both consoles there. And he's got an eye on lane 71 where AJ just left the split there. And then also, of course, still watching his teammate, his anchor bowler, and checking out what's going on 72. And so at the same thing, getting in the mindset of throwing the best shot possible to help the team win. So you have to be individually, you have to be in that mindset to throw the best shot to fortify the team concept, and that's help the team win. So there's a little bit of both.
Well, this event certainly is a marathon. 9 games before we even get to the top 12. And again, one of the big topics of conversation at these collegiate events is what it takes to endure such a long day of competition. You're talking about at least 7 hours of bowling and counting practice. A lot of standing. Nobody's sitting down here. The tables and chairs are nothing but extra ball racks, as we see our leadoff bowler from Fresno State makes it 7 in a row. We could have some excitement. Game 1 here at the 2014 Hoosier Classic. Had a couple close calls last year. But the scoring pace is not going to be very high overall this weekend. You can guarantee that. Nick Hoagland, he's a lane guy, former PBA lane guy, and that's what he does. He does lanes, and Emil's laughing, but Nick doesn't make mistakes, and he knows what he's looking for as far as the scoring pace. And
there's no doubt about it. It's Nick's a great guy, first and foremost.
And the 1998, 2001 regular singles champ at the Open Championship. So not only is he a lane guy, but he knows how to bowl.
Multi-time All-American in college bowling or Indiana. In fact,
the oldest All-American.
He came back. But I believe it was 2008. Nick made a return to college bowling. He proceeded to be an All-American just like he had never left. Took 3 steps at the time, too. Lane conditions always a hot topic in our sport, of course, and I think you always want to be fair, of course, but this is the premier, outside of the intercollegiate team championships itself. This is the premier event. Everyone comes out for this event, no matter where you live, what coast you're on, where your school is. Obviously, Fresno State from California making the journey. In fact, I saw them last night at the airport when I got in. This is the tournament that you have to be in because, every team is here. The best teams are here. And You got to see where you stack up, and then for a lot of teams, they need to finish well to, as I said, get that invite or the potential or to be eligible for sections. A lot of individual races will be probably decided here as well. Player of the year, rookie of the year.
Well, the Tier 1, of course, that's where the points are. And your goal the whole season is to earn enough points to get 2 sectionals. Because you can't get to the Intercollegiate Team Championships without going to sectionals. The game has changed since my day. It's probably changed some even since Emil's day. But the goal, get to nationals, get there through sectionals. And in order to do that, you have to visit these Tier 1 events, get your points. Very friendly staff here.
Absolutely.
At Western Bowl and the Hoosier Classic. So this is a Tier 1 event anyway. Behind the scenes and on the lanes. And staff working hard. Nick Hoagland in the building at 3 a.m. today to get the lanes ready. The rest of the staff here late last night. Friday night eliminator. I believe Robert Morris's Cameron Weir, the winner last night.
I believe we'll see them next.
We do have a pretty solid lineup here on 71 and 72. Right now, Fresno State and McKendree. Fresno State leadoff bowler stepping up on the right lane, working on the front 7. Almost unheard of here at the Hoosier. I bet there's a very, very short list of honor scores in the 45-year history of this tournament. Right now, 7 in a row.
Be interesting to see if he's made any subtle moves. Doesn't look like it. That's 10 back right there.
Yeah, say no need to move there. Front 8.
Fresno State's always a team because you don't see them much, especially if you're in a school in the Midwest. You don't see Fresno State much. Obviously, they're on the West Coast, so you see them at most of the Tier 1s, especially in Vegas, obviously here. And you steadily see them in the rankings. They may not be able to travel as much, but when you see them in person, they're always ready to play and to bowl well, and they usually bowl. Fourth bowler for McKendree now up on lane 71. Looking for a 3-bagger. He got some carry. McKendree looking for a perfect 8th frame here. If AJ can knock 10 down. Bowler for Fresno State now up as well on lane 72. Mentioned PJ Haggerty. Went through the gauntlet of accolades during his time as a Bulldog. He's a 3-time Bowler of the Year, first team All-American. Certainly any honor you can receive in college bowling, I believe he won it at some point. been a couple of guys like that in collegiate bowling throughout the years. Of course, I think back to my time, which essentially was from 2004 to 08, 09, the last couple of years as a coach. The guys like, PJ, Dan McClellan, another 3-time winner. Bill O'Neill, Sean Rash, those guys were on the tail end. They were heading out when I was a young buck. Then there's Matt Canizaro doing his thing in the late 90s for UF. That's Florida, for those that may not know. Other guys, Fresno, I could remember. Eric Buckley. It's a really solid squad there. Eric Buckley. Ivan Mayasato. Chad Yahara was also a member of that squad as well. Matt Robinson. Just a couple of years ago, of course, winning the ITC, and now a front 9.
Front 9. You're watching it live on BowlTV. Tell your friends, wake them up. Fresno State leadoff bowler. We're going to have to find out his name here in a minute. Front 9.
That might be an important piece of the puzzle.
Fresno State, the 2011 Intercollegiate Team Championships winner. Just a fun fact there for you. Last year's runner-up, McKendree, on our featured pair as well. And next we'll see Robert Morris, I believe, last year's winners.
So the list is plentiful to start your Saturday morning off with some great college bowling.
Emil, the man on the street, getting some info for us. Find out who we're watching. Right now we're getting down to the final frames. Fresno State, McKendree, Alma College, and Indiana. The Hoosiers.
Excitement level already in the high gear. And we haven't even completed game 1.
Everybody's starting to wake up. Sugar's kicking in. There's a lot of Monsters and Red Bulls, and there's a giant bag of Skittles.
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, this could bode well for us, obviously. If we get this kind of excitement in game 1, well, we're on pace for the best Hoosier Classic ever.
Well, we are here all day and all night. 12 games today, 6 for the men, and the women will be on the lanes this afternoon with 6 games of their own. believe it works out where we're going to see some powerhouse teams on our featured pairs. Next up, Robert Morris, Illinois, Wisconsin-Whitewater. And on our right lane, Bethel and Concordia. Game 3, Lindenwood and Weber International. Emil gave his thumbs up.
That's
the nod of approval for his alma mater.
I had nothing to do with the schedule either, folks. They didn't even know I was coming.
In a rematch of last year's championship, Morehead and Wichita. All that and more. You can find the information underneath your video there in the About section. All of today's matchups and a link to the standings. Gary Brown on hand. He'll be posting those for you as close to game by game as possible. If you're just joining us once again, this is Matt Cannizzaro and special guest Emil Williams Jr. back in the booth.
I'm back.
Taking a weekend off from college hoops to join us here on the lanes. AJ Johnson, Team USA member, strike for McKendree. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for on lane 72.
Riley Chin.
Riley Chin, the reason you woke up early. Front 9 for Fresno State. Game 1 of the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic.
Game 1, folks. Riley, a sophomore at Fresno State, with an opportunity here. As the crowd, of course, around. Bowlers start to stop a little bit. Pocket 7-10.
Wowza.
Tough break.
Yes. 9 great shots. And he's rewarded in the 10th with this 7-10.
29-30, 49-50, and 65-66. You'll see.
And watching from the monitor, it certainly looked to be on target.
He's a lane guy. And he challenges you. Some head-scratching conditions here over the years at the Hoosier. This year we'll face 3 different ones. 6 games on the 37 feet today. Tomorrow's pattern, 51 feet. A true test of versatility and a good way to gauge where your program is, with sectionals and nationals right around the corner. We appreciate everybody stopping by this morning. How about that, Emil? To our left. 297 game. Quietly happening. 1 pair to the left. Nobody flagging anybody. No, they're just doing their thing. 297 for Whitewater. 220, 175, 20, 297. Does that mean we're terrible at our jobs? Oh, that's my job. You're just here for fun. We should look around a little more. So focused on our featured pairs here. Things are happening around us.
I'll tell you, it's I'm interested to see what happens in games 3 and 4. I think 1 and 2, obviously game 1 is producing some high scores, or at least in our general viewing area.
Well, you got fresh back ends. Your team had the chance to break the lanes down a little bit. But now the challenge comes. The lanes will start to break down. 37 feet, you're going to play a little bit further towards the outside. In theory, of course. And if teams do that, the outside will try up, of course, and force you to move left. Then, of course, take into consideration what type of surface did you start with. Did you have a lot of surface? Burn up the front part of the lane as well. So now you got hook in the front, hook to the outside. So now's where the thinking comes in. Who did you follow? Our score for a 5-player team is 1,000 on 73 and 74. Alma College bowling with 4 players only. 601. Indiana. $818. And we're seeing some good numbers here on 71 and 72. McKendree and Fresno State. Boosted by their leadoff bowlers so far. Gary Brown just as surprised as we are about that 297. He's standing right next to us. Nobody said a word. It's the quietest 11 in a row. Like it happens every day at the Hoosier. Oh, just another 11 in a row.
Well, we'll get a chance to talk more about Wisconsin-Whitewater. They'll move 1 pair to their right, which is the first pair of the featured pairs. Whitewater led by 2 former collegiate bowlers themselves, Sean Walkner, former Western Illinois bowler, and Chris Beach, formerly of the University of Central Missouri. Finishing up here. First one in the 10th for the Bearcats' 4th bowler. Screen showing 5 in a row. A big shot on the first shot of the 10th for Fresno State. Of course, teams looking to go plus for 5 bowler games here. You expect to see some 1100s. Of course, Whitewater starting off with a good 1083. coupled in with a 297. That no doubt helps. Those are always bittersweet when someone on the squad throws a big game. Depending on what's happening. If everyone else, the other 4 bowlers are maybe perhaps struggling or trying to find it, it's a much needed boost. But at the same time, it's, boy, if we were lined up, that could have had something big there.
Looks like we had the scoreboards all jacked up here in game number 1. How about that? First day on the job, guys. No wonder. We're failing miserably. Tired game. I think we did something equally ridiculous last year. I think we did that at the Open Championships. Did an entire doubles event on the wrong pair.
That's okay.
That's okay, he says.
Don't worry about it. The key is not to draw attention to it.
And there you have it.
That's our broadcast lesson for today.
Yes, in the nick of time, Fresno State finishes with 10:25. McKendree's going to wrap things up. All right, scoring situated. Rough start for us, but bowlers having a great start here at the Hoosier Classic. We had a 297, a front 9, 266 on our featured pair. AJ Johnson closes things out with 200. McKendree 1029, Fresno State 1025. We'll get ready for game number 2. Scoreboards are right, I promise. We'll get ready for game number 2 on our left-hand pair. Game number 2 underway. To our right, it is Bethel and Concordia. And coming up on our left, as soon as they're done, it's going to be Robert Morris, Illinois, the defending national champions, and Wisconsin-Whitewater. Whitewater with a big start today, 10-83 in game number 1. Emil's tracking down some info on our Whitewater player with the 297. Appreciate everybody joining us. About to start game 2. Here at the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Matt Canizaro and Emil Williams Jr. in the booth from Western Bowl, Indianapolis. The women starting to enter the building. There are 6 games coming up next. 6 games for the men, followed by a short break. Looks like all the parents and bowling fans are starting to wake up as well.
One of the parts of tournament play that you start to see a little bit the lapses, lags in time. Teams finishing up faster than others, of course, and then so Whitewater essentially waiting for Robert Morris to finish up there in the 10th frame. 3 pairs to our left.
A few pairs did get a late start. Had some lane issues this morning. See if we can't get everybody back on pace. Some events, they don't let you start the next game until everybody starts at the same time. But to our right, Bethel and Concordia already 2 frames in as the red-hot Wisconsin-Whitewater team waiting patiently for the Eagles to come this way. Saw some good games in game number 1, 10-83 for Whitewater, 10-25 for Fresno State, and 10-29 for McKendree. 37-foot lane condition today. We talked earlier about the challenges of college bowling from our standpoint, of course, knowing who's who, and of course seeing what's going on. Up to 8 players and coaches in the bowlers area, always standing. Chairs are not for sitting at college bowling events, they're for extra bowling balls. And of course, surrounded by parents on step ladders. We talk often about the periscopes that they use to see over the crowds, paint them the school colors. Some of them get pretty fancy.
Yeah, it gets crowded in a heartbeat. Certainly. Well, that's kind of it's part of the allure. It's a part of the experience. And especially now, you certainly wouldn't be the same if you didn't see those things. Of course, everything that counts on paper happens on the lanes, to our right here is the Indiana on 75, along with, I believe, Davenport University. One pair to their right, Emmanuel and Alma College, working their way down. See Marshall Kent striking off in the distance. Well, he's good.
That's one way to describe it.
Yeah, that program in general, I believe they started competition, and I'm pretty sure the women started before the men, maybe a year or two ahead. But it's right around somewhere between 2006, maybe 2005, 2007, but in between that area. Certainly they have made their presence felt in college bowling quickly. They were pretty solid when they began, making it to nationals, and then the likes of Marshall Kent, Kyle King, Matt Gasson.
Those are some familiar names. You've heard them all over, from Junior Gold, Junior Team USA, Team USA. Marshall Kent made the TV show at the U.S. Open in 2013. Gasson and Marshall Kent and Cameron Weir, I believe, also spent some time overseas.
Yep, Cameron Weir, down part of Pillow.
That's your neighborhood, Chicago there.
Dom is from
do you see these guys out and about at the events?
I've seen Dom more often than not, because we share the same ball driller. I've seen him out and about practicing a lot the last, 3 to 4 years, 4 to 5. I actually saw him before he enrolled at Robert Morris. So the cool thing about college bowling is when you get one person to commit to a school, to go to a school, generally, especially if that players have high caliber, generally they'll bring, or at least attempt to bring, one person with them. And so recruiting essentially is done by word of mouth. Not 100%, don't get me wrong, but it certainly helps when you have two guys, and then as a coach you say, oh man, I've got two, and then I've got two incoming freshmen that we just recruited as well, and all of a sudden, with maybe what used to take 3 to 4 years to build a program, now it takes 1 or 2.
Certainly talent recruits talent, and these guys, especially at Robert Morris, when they spend time together internationally, Junior Team USA, friendships are formed, and of course you want to share those college memories often with people you're already friendly with. Certainly makes the team atmosphere a lot more comfortable, and these guys have proven it, being at the top of the ranks so quickly.
Extremely quick. Won, of course, ITCs on the NAIA national tournament as well last year, and I know they were on some incredible streak of tournaments won. So if there ever was a favorite to win a championship and to win it, it certainly was them last year.
Well, they made a run here last year as well. Came up a little bit short. Robert Morris women's team did win, however. So strong across the board. A powerhouse program.
Should be a very entertaining pair now.
Here's our look Robert Morris on the right now. Wisconsin-Whitewater. And our other featured pair. Almost halfway through game number 2 already. Bethel and Concordia.
Had some strikes on that pair, too. 3 in a row on the Bethel anchor bowler. First shot of the day from Robert Morris in our featured pair. There's that leadoff bowler we were talking about. Just what has to take place on a new pair. That looked like a pretty solid shot. More than enough, I think, for the rest of the squad to get a read off of, for example. I saw Kyle King, though, kind of periodically coming down and taking a look at this pair. Kind of getting an idea.
Well, this is one opportunity we'll have to actually know some of the folks who are watching. Some of them. You know, perhaps you'll know the ones I don't know. Tons of talent on this Robert Morris team. Kyle King was fresh out of high school when he picked up his first eagle at the Open Championships.
That was crazy.
K&K Bowling Services out of Las Vegas. The team includes USBC President Andrew Kane.
Press.
That's right. Those guys had a rough go at it in 2013. They bowled on the squads where the scoring went down. They got to hand score the president's squad.
Oh, man.
But again, we don't want to draw attention to the 2 bad days. Makes for a good story when it's all over with, though.
Get a quick look at the 4th bowler here for Wisconsin-Whitewater, Ryan Greenwood. He shot 297 on 69 and 70. Sophomore. Just about 9 o'clock Eastern time. Matt, just take a wild guess at one of the great things that I enjoyed most about college bowling. You know me very well. You probably won't guess it, but just look around.
The snacks?
That is correct. That is correct. You know, talk about stories. Well, I got several about snacks. Strike, and obviously it gives the opportunity for the rest of the team to get lined up.
And it worked.
And there it is.
Bowlers, yeah, got the 9. Said, hey guys, here's what happened. And they listened. 4 strikes.
Again, I still expect to see kind of game 2. And I think you kind of alluded to it earlier a little bit. You know, when good teams follow good teams, more than likely the scoring pace will be high. And so that's what you have here. Robert Morris and Whitewater now on the pair where Fresno State and McKendree just competed. We had 266 by Riley Chin. He had the front 9. Whitewater with a 297 game of their own, coming to probably what's a pretty good pair still. So still see some high scores.
Well, our 37-foot pattern, we saw the guys in game 1 playing further to the outside.
Good pickup.
And as the day progresses, they'll be able to use that room to the right now that was created early. Move left. Have some miss room to the outside for the right-handers.
I think, of course, and I know you described me as an expert in, you know, as far as what the lane patterns might do, but I mean, just obviously just based on what we've seen here, one might think that this might be, you know, play more or the more playable of the three, if you will, potentially. But it's only one game. You can't take away everything from one game. I know that certainly from what I'm watching, if I was bowling, I'd certainly enjoy this pattern. I was an individual that was more of a straighter player toward the tweener portion of the scale. But if there was the ability to play 5, I was going to play there. And certainly bump in a little bit, maybe get a couple boards. You got some room. You certainly think 51 feet would be a challenge. And that will test the ability of a lot of these teams to see how far or how good they are playing left. But I believe in this day and age, and in college bowling, the majority of the players are of the higher rev rate, and so most of them will be in their comfort zone while playing left. And when I say left, I'm talking maybe, you know, at the start, maybe 20, fourth arrow.
I didn't even know there were 4 arrows.
Those of you who may not know, Matthew is left-handed, and this is nothing to do with any other left-handed, just Matt. He's if he has the opportunity, he's going to take a game breaker. About 500 grit. Just fire it up. He might flirt with the half board. Shot by Matt Gasson. I believe Matt began his career at Saginaw Valley.
He's a traveling man.
Remember seeing him at ITCs in El Paso. Just one open frame, or 2, I beg your pardon, for the pair. So far as we are almost through 2 complete frames here.
One of the crowd pleasers here at the live stream booth is the live mic. You never know what you're gonna hear when these college bowlers are just hanging out, standing around in between shots.
Bethel and Concordia already nearly through 6 frames here in game 2. Like the shirts, the jerseys of Bethel. Color scheme really stands out. That was a great shot there. On lane 73. Not early, 8 o'clock Central Time, that is. Not early to many, to most.
Today's Saturday. The ITRC is open.
So business. I say 8 o'clock's early for me because I'm just not a morning person. But needless to say, the 4:30 wake up this morning was out of my comfort zone. Marshall Kent, always in his comfort zone. There's another strike. Does Marshall have any nicknames? Think Marsh is okay? Think he's okay with that?
I'm not sure, but I think Matt Gasson is playing games with your emotions right now. Breaking open a box of snacks right in front of you. Tearing it open.
You know, the thing about those, that's not a snack. That's a PBJ in a pouch. Those of you who, that's in the Smuckers. Oh, man. What I'm going to do is just not look at that.
Wasting food right there? Teasing you? The well-nourished Robert Morris Eagles. If that's what it takes to win a national title, sign me up. I'm going to Sam's Club after this. Emil, you can tell what time of year it is by all this technology blowing up at one time. We got text messages going, Facebook messages, emails coming in. Folks want to know what's the lane condition at the Open Championships, when does registration open for next year's Open Championships, what's the live stream schedule going to be, where are the notable bowlers, who's coming out. Folks, we are just days away from the start of the 2014 USBC Open Championships. Many of these great collegiate players will be coming our way during our 125-day run in Reno. We'll be there February 28th to July 13th. The Women's Championships also will be out there April 11th to June 30th. And it gets better. A lot of these players will be in town in Reno at the Reno Sparks Convention Center for the 2014 Intercollegiate Singles and Team Championships. And that will be live from the RSCC in April. And then working out the final TV details as well. So college bowling will be back on TV in 2014. And it gets even better. The USBC Queens and Senior Queens coming our way in Reno, the National Bowling Stadium, last week of June. So some of the top women bowlers, we'll see them this afternoon. School will be out, so they'll be coming our way for the Queens. And then we'll wrap things up with the Senior Championships. So some former collegiate players will be out there for the Senior Championships in July. So if it's happening in bowling, it's happening in Reno, starting in just 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today.
The hub.
Or 2 weeks from
for
yesterday.
bowling this year.
How about that?
Lots going on. And the biggest little city. Probably not, but that just sounds like some kind of record. Some kind of record for bowling events in that city at one time, or at least in that span.
We do appreciate everybody checking in, whether it be on our YouTube page, YouTube channel, youtube.com/BowlTV. Go there, stop by, remember to subscribe so you don't miss any of the highlights or details about future broadcasts. Feel free to visit us on Facebook, The Sport of Bowling USBC, or on my personal fan page, Matt Cannizzaro USBC.
Look at that.
Our associate, Aaron Smith, tuning in from back home in Texas. He'll be headed to Reno starting next week as well.
Smitty, my man.
A lot of folks checking in. We appreciate it. If you're in the area, come on by.
Come on by.
Plenty of room for you here at Western Bowl in Indianapolis.
Got plenty of water for you.
If you get hot, just go outside.
Got some
10 inches of snow outside.
got some Gatorade, some electrolytes. There's plenty of snacks around.
Yes, Matt Gasson will share his Uncrustables with you. Come on out. Right now on our featured pairs, Robert Morris, Illinois, and Wisconsin-Whitewater, and Bethel University and Concordia to our right.
Well, Matt with the carry. Get that 8-10 out of there. The high end of the house here. You look down to your left and looks like an endless array of score monitors. Of course, 80 lanes here at Western Bowl. Indy, one of the great cities, the great bowling cities. The fact that they have several centers to accommodate this type of tournament, of course. Your goal, the Youth Open.
Right now we're working on getting the standings updated. We'll have that up in just a minute. Those of you just joining us, we do appreciate it. Matt Cannizzaro, Emil Williams Jr. here at Western Bowl 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. 6 team games happening today. 37-foot lane condition. 80 lanes wall to wall.
Wall to wall. It's been a while since I've been in Indy. I think that the other center is Expo, right? 80 lanes, but separated two sides at Expo.
I did hear some chatter.
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
From Gary Brown about Woodland Bowl, I believe, nearby, about where the Indiana State Championships might be happening this weekend as well.
Woodland,
I believe,
was the home for this tournament for as long as I can remember. It certainly has participated. I know Western has been the host for the past few years. Another good shot by the fourth bowler for Bethel. Set himself a three-bagger. 79 in the fifth, and he's followed that up with 3 strikes. Oh, wow. Now there's a real legend right there. Here's a real legend. Jesse Buss is in the house.
All right, the standings are up, and we were lucky enough to see the top 3 games. In game number 1, Wisconsin-Whitewater. You're watching them right now. They are up on lane 71. They are your tournament leader. 1083 game 1, McKendree 1029. We saw them in second place. Fresno State 1025. Each game as soon as we can. It is Throwback Saturday here at the BowlTV studio inside Western Bowl in Indianapolis. Matt Canizaro and Emil Williams Jr. checking back in for the first time since 2012. For those of you who are not familiar with our new setup here on BowlTV, you have the opportunity to change the quality of your viewing experience today. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner of your video screen, there's what looks like a gear shift or a gear. You can go in there and choose the quality you'd like to watch today, all the way to HD. So we are getting fancier here in the booth, broadcasting in HD. Check that out. Right now, Bethel and Concordia getting ready for the 10th frame. Robert Morris and Whitewater in frame number 6 still. Standings are posted through game 1. Wisconsin-Whitewater on top with 1083 in game number 1. McKendree 1029. And Fresno State 1025 in 3rd place. USBC Collegiates Gary Brown keeping a close eye on things here at the Hoosier. And there's a message from your tournament staff if you want your scores after each game. They're also on Facebook on the Hoosier Classic page. lot of strikes being thrown here by Robert Morris, the bottom half of the lineup. So Bethel and Concordia getting ready to wrap up game number 2. And folks just tuning in again, we're at the 45th Hoosier Classic, and part of the draw to this event is the challenging lane conditions. Arguably the toughest Tier 1 event in college bowling today. 37-foot pattern. Tomorrow, 51 feet for the last 3 games of qualifying, and then 42-foot pattern for match play. So a true test of versatility. 3 challenging conditions all weekend long. Right now, on lane 72, Matt Gasson was working on the front 6. And he gets 5 through the middle. Just like that. Maybe just missed that one at the bottom. We'll shoot the super washout here. He gets 2. So front 6, 5-2 for Gasson. 169 in the 7th. The Weber folks coming down to check out this pair. They'll be here next game. Bethel finishes with 917. Concordia 792. As we get ready, Little Jimmy, we call him, at the Open Championships. Spent some time in the media relations office learning the ropes. That is back-to-back four-baggers for Whitewater, turning it on here late in game number 2. Emil back in the booth, catching up with PBA standout Jesse Buss, former collegiate star as well.
Good friend, good guy right there, and certainly a great bowler. Dynamite player. While I was away, though, all of a sudden, Wisconsin-Whitewater. Tell you what, that's another example of a program that is, kind of hitting their stride. Got some talent.
Got some good questions in the chat room today too, Emil. Question about the switching lanes, and every game these teams will be on a different pair of lanes, and they'll alternate lanes within that game, of course. Pull one frame on the right, one frame on the left, and so on. So in just a few minutes, we'll see 4 new teams as we get ready for game number 3. But right now, it's a Wisconsin Strike Fest here on 71 and 72 Western Bowl. The frozen tundra of Indianapolis.
I think it's, what is it, high 30s tomorrow, maybe?
Well, I can tell you that at 6 a.m. when we came in today, it was 10 degrees. And snow as far as the eye could see.
See that right there? It doesn't even make me flinch anymore.
7 degrees right now,
Single
so
digits.
we're in the right
Does
spot.
nothing for me.
Inside, nice and warm.
At this point, I need to, I'll flinch when I see like minus 30. Considering that a month ago, it was minus 20 in Chicago. It's a big, nice frame for both teams. Some great games, potentially. There is the flat dime.
You do realize that every time we do a broadcast without you, Aaron Smith likes to pay tribute every few minutes or so with a flat dime or a how about that or a get on the horse ball.
That's flattering.
And I'll prove it to you. I actually wrote it down. I was watching the championship match from last year, the women, and he threw out a get on the horse ball.
That's seriously, that is flattering. It's good to know that I've left a mark.
You're a pioneer
and a place
in the live streaming industry here.
In the hearts of Matt and Aaron.
That's it. Before you up and left us.
That didn't sound good. That sounded like a foul line.
On a strike, though, chance to erase that, make it look like a 9 spare.
It's a big moment. You just got to regroup. Gather yourself, maybe take a half step back on the approach.
9 spare.
9 spare.
Yeah.
I'll take it. The heavy hitters, if you will, for Whitewater. 3, 4, and 5. The 4-baggers, the 3-bagger, and the anchor bowler. Great shot. The ball almost kind of looked like it floated right to the friction. Which will just let the ball do the work. Cameron Weir high, leaving a 3-6 on 72. Weber International making their way down. They'll be on 72 here momentarily. Taking a look at what's going on now. Gaston started with the front 6 before leaving the washout in the 7th. Struck in the 8th, and now looking for the strike in the 9th, and that's high. Staff here at Western. As I mentioned earlier, very nice, very hospitable. And just as I say that, they making sure we're okay here. Whitewater with 9:01 in the 9th frame as they head to the 10th. Marshall Kent finishing up the 9th for Robert Morris. Beautiful shot.
See, Emil, part of the challenge of these particular score monitors is that they only show 5 frames at a time. So, for example, the anchor bowler on the pair to the left of us is showing 4 strikes going into the 10th frame. It could be 4, it could be 5, it could be the front 9. We don't know for sure from where we're sitting. So we could be in for another surprise potentially. We're certainly seeing a lot of strikes on our featured pair here. For Whitewater, leading already after game 1, 10-83. Pretty good shape here in game number 2 as well.
Solid 2:32 game. Leadoff bowler for Wisconsin-Whitewater. Unfortunate open on the 10th with the 3-10. Big shot, first one in the 10th for Whitewater here, second bowler. Matt, you should be familiar with some of the former bowlers, Whitewater alums. They've made some headwaves, the Open Championships, the last 4 or 5 years or so.
There's always a few. The Warhawks, of course, is the group that comes to mind. Jonathan Shallow and our former associate Andrew Ewing. Again, you mentioned earlier a very talented program. Is that the premier program in Wisconsin for bowling?
I'd probably say so. They've always been, no matter who the group is, what the group is, a really good team. You can just tell that they all have, bowled with one another for what seems to be quite some time. And you can tell when good teams have spent some time together. And they always interacted well with the team. Very important, of course, to reach goals. Every team's goal is to make it to nationals, of course. Out of trouble there. The number 3 bowler for Wisconsin-Whitewater almost left the dreaded 2-8-10. That's just the 2-pin to deal with, however.
And Emil, here we are with our bowling watching devices to our left. Folks are getting creative to watch college bowling. The periscopes.
Wow.
Yes.
I have yet to see that. How about that?
Yeah. Those look like travel versions of what we've seen at some other NCAA events.
The evolution of the parent / spectator at the collegiate bowling event.
Speaking of which, as we wrap up game number 2 here, checking out the live stream schedule on bowl.com. You can find that on the bottom right hand side of the main page of bowl.com. A lot of collegiate action coming up in the next few weeks. Of course, we're here at the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic all weekend long. We'll have match play tomorrow, starting at 12:30 Eastern. And then early March, Lucas Wiseman on the road. NCAA action from the Music City Classic. 3 days, and then the SWAC Championship. And some NAIA. And of course, that all leads into the intercollegiate team and singles championships. They'll be held in Reno, Nevada, the Reno Sparks Convention Center. We'll all be on hand for that. It's going to be an exciting few months. College bowling action. But right now, it's all about Wisconsin-Whitewater, your tournament leader after game 1. Trying to hold on. Right now, outdistancing your defending national champion, Robert Morris, Illinois. Some familiar faces rolling through. West Texas A&M. believe our buddy Chad Newman from North Texas is here somewhere. 78 men's teams all over the country, this final Tier 1. Here to challenge themselves on 3 difficult lane conditions.
Really crazy to see that, back in 06, 07, we still shared the house with the women's teams.
Old acquaintance, looks like Norm Titus walking through. Longtime coach of Martin Methodist. Every game is a reunion here at the Hoosier Classic. It's like Whitewater bowling the only 1,000 in sight. However, our sight line not very far. Anytime you put up 1,000 at the Hoosier, that's respectable.
The strikes for the Fresno State anchorman. Get there. Other players have fill shots. That probably meant that he didn't have the front 11. Someone else went in and threw the fill shot. That would be awesome if that were to happen.
That didn't sound very good. It's a 10:44. For Whitewater to go along with 10:83 in game 1 to take the lead. Robert Morris going to finish up on the left lane. Matt Gasson struck a lot, but 2 opens leaves him with 226. Marshall Kent also with a string of strikes. Does not throw a good shot there. First shot in the 10th. Saw Emil. I saw that eyeing that tray of cookies right there to our right. Spare for Kent. I swear you're the skinniest fat guy I ever met.
I try to limit my junk food intake these days. Moderation. Rob Moe finishing up.
So we're going to see a change here for the fill ball. Marshall Kent.
This is Dominic Partapillo.
So 242 in the anchor spot for Robert Morris. 10:44 matches Whitewater. We'll have a short break in the action here as we get ready for game number 3. Going to see Lindenwood and Weber International on our left. Give us the opportunity to take a quick break here. And we'll be right back with game number 3 at the Hoosier Classic. It's so quiet, just right on our pairs, but we'll be right back. Once again, folks, Game 3 coming right up. We're live at Western Bowl in Indianapolis, the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. 2 games of 6 in the books. Game 3 right after this. All right, folks, still getting ready for game number 3 here at the 2014 Hoosier Classic. Just had a nice chat with Nick Hoagland, and he's responsible for the lane conditions at this weekend's event. Works very hard, was in the building at 3 a.m. today getting the lanes ready. And he explained to me a little bit more about the condition and the expectations, and of course the lane rotation here. And as soon as our teams make the move, they're actually bowling 2 games in a general area of lanes, a bay of lanes as he called them, and then they're moving 20 lanes from there for the next 2 games. So all these teams making a 20-lane move here coming into game number 3. So that is what the holdup is all about. But we'll be underway. You have to be a former Media Relations Department employee. See if we can make that happen someday. Some of the Nebraska folks getting ready to bowl to our left. Curious if they're going to be on the live stream today. They'll be just off. You'll be able to see their bowling balls roll down the lane to the left of your screen. Right now, we are waiting on Weber International and Lindenwood, and Nick tells me that is a rematch of the 2012 Hoosier Classic Championship match. And on the right, we'll have Mount Mercy and Calumet. They're alert Aaron Smith. His boys are about to be on TV, Calumet College. Emil, I just was telling everybody I got a chance to talk to Nick Hoagland a minute ago, and he explained the process and the thought process and some things here. And these teams are making the move now from 20 lanes away or so. They come in groups where they'll bowl 2 games within a group of lanes, and then they'll make a huge move across this 80-lane venue. That way they'll all get a chance to see all parts of this facility, Western Bowl, 80 lanes.
I was just kind of looking at the lane assignment schedule and kind of noticed that, right before you said that, that's kind of how it was. So it's been 2 games in essentially a region.
Yep, they stay within that region for the 2 games, and it's all completely random, as he described, so you're not following the same teams all day. You're not benefiting or the opposite based on who you follow. It is random. We are seeing some very talented teams on this left-hand featured pair, however, 71 and 72. A couple of rematches. Our next round, I believe, is a rematch of last year's championship match, Morehead and Wichita. But what we're going to see, I think, is some pretty good scores coming off of this pair, at least early, because the experienced teams, the teams that are, call it what it is, they're loaded with talent. They're familiar with how to play the lanes, how to break them down. In our first game, Fresno State and McKendree, they had the opportunity to practice for 15 minutes to break them down. And you see the top teams notice that, play off of that, break them down together. And so far we've seen 4 of the highest games of the tournament. A pair of 1040s there in game 2 and 1029, 1025 in game 1, which was 2nd and 3rd place. So no doubt 2 more talented programs, both national championship winning teams Weber International more recently. Lindenwood, back in the day, 2005, with their human firework. Emil Williams Jr. leading the way, the leadoff bowler for that championship-winning team. He's going to watch his alma mater, Lindenwood, here in just a minute. We'll get our scoreboards ready to go here.
Watching, Weber comes from 50. They started at lane 50 and 52, and then Lindenwood started a little low end, 15 and lane 15 and lane 13. So wouldn't expect too much of a difference, but you never know. Lane characteristics, depending on where you are, what house you're in. High end can play different than the middle, than the low, and what have you. So, nonetheless, two teams that have faced off with one another, at least bowled with each other for quite some time. Seems like, of course, 3 to 4 or 5 times a year, a season, probably more than that. Even at the highest stakes, of course, at ITCs, facing off with one another in match play.
Just got a note from Gary Brown. He has added some individual standings.
Look at him.
To our link underneath your video. Let's go to the About section underneath the video on BowlTV and click the link to the men's standings, and you'll see updated through game 1, team and individual. So we saw both of the highest games individually. 297 from Tyne Greenwood. From Wisconsin-Whitewater, and Riley Chin from Fresno State, 266. I believe that's supposed to be Ryan Greenwood.
I guess it's possible that I can't hear. Maybe I wrote that wrong, but man, I think if you just look across our immediate viewing area, our featured pairs, and to the left and to the right, we've got some great teams here. Wichita, Nebraska, just a pair to the left from the featured pairs. Then, of course, Lindenwood and Weber. Then Mount Mercy Calumet College. And St. Ambrose. And there's Eric Liddick.
Just taking a peek here at collegebowling.com, trying to get some quick stats, and up in the right-hand corner they have a rotating a spot where they'll show pictures and players of years past, and just saw a 10-year-old picture of Will Haverland, who I know from Texas and from working the booth at the Open Championships. Emil, familiar with him as well. But yeah, I guess
that's great.
It's like a walk in time here. Here we are, game 3 underway. Weber International led by Kegel's Del Warren, PBA champion, international coach. And Emil will have all the facts and history of the Lindenwood program.
Randy Lightfoot at the helm, former Masters champion, 3-time PBA title holder. Or Dolph, as he's known across the LU campus. Wow,
The periscopes are getting more robust. Those are homemade.
Wow. This is something.
Those are in Wichita colors even. Or Lindenwood, I guess, depending.
I have never seen one of those ever, let alone at a bowling event. So I could certainly see the need for it, however.
Well, certainly. And their home facility, the Kegel Training Center, down in Lake Wales, Florida. The best coaches at their disposal. Tons of information, technology. You got the support of Ebonite for their equipment. Essentially the ability to practice on any kind of lane conditions. I think a lot of players, of course, being Weber International, a lot of players come from far and wide. A lot of international stars coming for the education and, of course, the great training that they can get.
Certainly a top-notch facility and one of the gems, if you will, if you have an opportunity to, first of all, even go to Kegel, let alone spend every day there, if you'd like.
Almost as good as my home base at the International Bowling Campus, the home of Team USA. Kim Terrell Kearney, hard at work today, coaching the next generation of collegiate stars, potentially. Brian O'Keefe, assistant head coach of Team USA, and of course Rod Ross. There's 3 folks that can tell me what to do any day on any lane. Right now on lane 71, we're taking a look at junior Team USA member Ronnie Fujita for Lindenwood. It's a long way from California, so you got a few California folks. What do you think attracts them? I mean, obviously the success and the talent, the friends they've made. I think that top events like Junior Gold and other big national tournaments have given bowlers the opportunity to get to know players outside of their home regions. I guess something that we didn't necessarily have, back in my high school days. You kind of went to a school that was more regional for you, unless it was a proven powerhouse like Wichita or Nebraska. or Saginaw Valley that was a destination. But other than that, I think we all kind of migrated to schools that were close to home rather than traveling all the way across the country. But I mean, Emil, you were there, and you obviously saw some of these folks come in. And what is that process like as far as finding them, recruiting them? I mean, how does that all work?
I met and still talk to, and these gentlemen are friends now, will be. But I certainly had teammates from California make their way to Lindenwood. So that may or may not have been kind of the start of, at least from the West Coast standpoint. But when I was there, we had gents from Pennsylvania. In fact, my entire incoming class was Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. That's more regionally and Midwest, obviously. Of course, there was some from Chicago, Iowa, and the list goes on. And then the West Coast really kind of happened a couple years after that. And to be quite honest with you, it doesn't hurt to win a national title.
Well, the Lindenwood program, not that old.
Not at all. I think officially it was about 98. So just 15 years. But you win a national title, that kind of opens you up for your recruiting base.
Well, certainly. I'll admit that in my days that go till 2001 as a player, and then a few years as a coach, I didn't hear much about Lindenwood. And then
neither did I. Neither did I. It was, and I talked earlier about having, when you have a particular player, high caliber. We had a Brian Valenta. Everybody knew who he was. Obviously he was on junior team, so he was known, and a lot of bowlers knew him. And then, so that prompts you to want to bowl with the best. And so that helps you as far as from a recruiting standpoint. And then that just kind of trickles down, and it keeps going. It keeps going and keeps growing and it keeps growing. And all of a sudden you've got 2 to 3, sometimes even 4 high caliber bowlers in your program. And essentially that will kind of always help you in a recruiting standpoint, or at least it should. Because even when those folks graduate, by that time, either obviously through the work of coaching, and sometimes even through the work of the players, you should have those replacements, if you will, to kind of take over, and that's kind of the mold. And that's just like any other college sport. Recruiting is half the battle. Certainly you need players to get things done the right way, the correct way, and when you win, that makes it extra gratifying.
Well, I certainly think events like the Junior Gold Championships and Junior Team USA, which started in 1999, so also not that old. A perfect opportunity for coaches to see more players. There were a few national tournaments around that time, but nothing serious, not like that. Not where they can see different challenging lane conditions and really get a true look at so many players. Even something like Teen Masters, the opportunity to see talent. The young bowlers seem to be a lot more mobile, and they're making big trips to these great events. The bowling combine at the ITRC, a chance for the bowlers to get tested and measured against other players their age, from everything from physical abilities to their bowling game, to their mental game, to their bowling knowledge. And those reports given to Gary, and now he is bowling collegiately after some great success at the Open Championships and elsewhere. So a lot of these players on the rise, the Marshall Kents of the world, headed on to do great things. Some, again, like McNeil, have already proven themselves, and now they're back. Again, we talked Nick Hoagland earlier, was a college bowler, and he came back many years later, still with a year of eligibility. And There's a lot of great opportunities and exposure, and no doubt there's some future college bowlers watching this broadcast right now. And that's what you see, some of these up-and-coming programs really making a name for themselves, some that we didn't even talk about just a few years ago.
I would certainly agree with you that junior gold is almost, obviously with more national tournaments, but essentially the culmination of players from across the country meeting in one place, and bowling, of course, and talking about where they want to bowl collegiately, talking about their futures, and then many of them saying, hey, let's go to college together. As I said, I've met a couple friends in California. Mark French, Ryan Council, a junior gold, X Factor in this very building. In that summer of 2005, met them. They were on their way. They were coming in the fall. So I got a chance to meet them. And then the next year, another friend of theirs from California came. So it just, that's kind of how it goes. It's, players recruit other players. Certainly helps the coach. And then, of course, as the coach, you still make sure the rest of the roster is solidified. Programs get bigger. There's more talent.
Perfect example, Calumet College.
That's a prime example.
We didn't hear much about them, and they quickly rose, and they actually made it to the championship match of the Intercollegiate Team Championships in 2010, falling to Wichita State. But to get there, certainly you have to be capable and talented. It doesn't happen by accident. There's a long road, again, as we talked. All these Tier 1 events, Tier 2 events, all this hard work all year long just to get to sectionals, and then being able to advance to the ITCs from there. And the grueling format, all Baker, long days, and then to make it to the title match. Certainly that's a way to prove yourself, and now everybody knows Calumet College.
Sure, and I think I want to say about 2007, maybe the 2006-2007 season may have been their first year, and they had some players. Heck, even took us to, they had us down 0-3 in nationals at match play, and fortunately for us, we were able to come back and win that match, but they were really let themselves and let everyone else be known that, or let them everyone else know that they're around, they're going to be around. I don't know where their roster, where they're from as far as hometowns, and there may be more locals, or at least in the regional area. I'm sure Aaron can let me know for sure where the exact location of Calumet College is, but I know it's near his hometown of Highland,
correct,
Indiana.
In talking to him, he did go to a satellite campus of Purdue, bowled briefly. But had there been a Calumet program at that time, pretty confident he would have gone there. It would have been part of their early success.
I think it's that way across the board now. I mean, look at Mount Mercy, still fairly new program. We saw St. Ambrose, a pair away, in Iowa. They've gotten some talent to go down there to bowl. Davenport, Midland. Essentially the list continues to go on and on. We've seen resurgences in programs. Morehead State.
We'll see Morehead State next. Right now we're watching Game 3 of 6 here at the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Matt Cannizzaro and Emil Williams Jr. back in the booth for one weekend only.
Get your tickets. popcorn ready.
All weekend long. 6 team games for the men, followed by 6 team games for the women. 37-foot challenging lane condition. Right now we're watching Lindenwood, Weber International, Mount Mercy, and Calumet.
I love some competition for our live streaming services. I know Team USA had a hockey game this morning versus Russia, if I'm not mistaken. Friends who said they would be up at about 6:30 a.m. Central Time to make sure they watch that live. I see some folks talking about it in the chat a little bit.
Might as well stay up, watch some bowling.
Matt, are you into the Winter Olympics?
Not yet, not really. It's been a busy couple weeks getting ready for this event, packing up, getting ready to go to Reno. We'll be headed that way not too long from now. Finished up my last couple league sessions, couple tournaments. No doubt, our fellow athletes are representing, making their countries proud, but yeah, no TV time for this guy. Although we did catch a little bit of curling and cross-country skiing.
Oh, this morning was
this morning,
fantastic.
Yes, before coming to the bowling center.
That was quite impressive.
Always impressive to see athletes at the top of their sports. Just like I'm sure after they're done with their medal ceremonies, they're tuning into bowl.com, BowlTV right now to watch some collegiate bowling, no doubt. We've seen some high scores on this pair so far today. Our lowest game, 10-25 so far. Standings are updated through 2 games. You can find that underneath your video window. Let's go to the About section, click More, and you'll see a link to the standings. Right now, Wisconsin-Whitewater maintaining the lead. Plus 127 after 2 games. 1083 and 1044. Do appreciate everybody tuning in. Shout out to TJ Schmidt checking in. Former collegiate star. Open Championship standout as well.
It's another program that has stood the test of time, Purdue. I think that's probably a good example of probably more regional and local talent and converging. And certainly not to be remiss if we didn't say to get an education. First and foremost, these players choose the school They want to get a good degree. So maybe they can one day sit where I'm sitting next to Matt.
I still remember.
Here I am.
That's right.
How about that?
Taking a break from your real job as a full-time-ish basketball play-by-play guy. Is it Chicago State? Glad to have you back. Perhaps this will reignite the fire like it did for Mr. Smith. Back in the fold at USBC.
I see a lot of live streaming on a daily basis. A couple jobs on the platform on High School Q. See a lot of high school events. So live streaming is certainly can't really say it's the future anymore because
it's here.
It's the present.
Yeah, certainly something that was not in my initial job description. Less than 10 years ago. We've come a long way as far as technology and what we're able to share with the world. Right now, we're sharing the Hoosier Classic live from Indianapolis. From our cameras to your computer screens. Right now, game 3 of 6. For the men, followed by 6 games for the women. Potentially the longest day in college bowling.
Yeah, as I said, when I was a competitor at this event, we still shared the house with the women's teams. It certainly was not to the level, the amount of teams that we've seen now, the growth of college bowling as a whole has been remarkable.
78 men's teams here this weekend. Wisconsin-Whitewater on top. Newman, huge game too, 11:07 to jump into second place after 9:29 start. Marion, 9:87, 10:32. Pikeville is fourth with a big 10:75 in game 2. McKendree rounds out the top 5 at plus 15. So 7 out of 78 teams are plus here through 2 games. Par is at 200, 1,000 for a 5-person team. Only 7 teams are plus. Again, part of the draw is the challenging lane conditions here at the Hoosier. And Nick Hoagland appears to have not disappointed once again. If you want to challenge yourself and sharpen your skills, test your skills heading into the postseason, this is the place to do it.
Our great folks in the chat today. Shout out to Mike Dole. Good friend and teammate there. Thanks, Mike, for waking up early. He might be drilling bowling balls already. We got some front 5 action going on here for Weber. 3 bowling the first 5. So we got to look at the scoreboard before it makes the change. So bowler 3 for Weber as the front 5. So far, I guess, Matt, that you take a look at the pair and certainly the teams on it. And so far, the score is not conducive to, the 1100 pace. Now that can certainly change. These teams get on the run here. You see a lot of slashes and a couple dashes as well.
Well, we saw a couple slow starts in game 2, but at the same time, while it can help you in the short run, the teams playing the lane similar, breaking them down, perhaps in the long run, it can almost hurt you because it's going to kind of magnify the need to move. Everybody, all the traffic in the same spot.
Yeah, that along with, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Great shot makers, precision. We talk about that with our robot at headquarters. Throwing the ball in the exact same spot over and over and over. Burns up the oil in that part of the lane that much quicker, obviously. Meaning moves need to be made quicker. And then it's a matter of keeping up with those moves, and this pair, potentially, with the amount of talent that's been on it, going to break down differently than some of the other pairs they may see.
Talk with Jesse Buss earlier. He's the head coach at Highland Community College, Freeport, Illinois, his hometown, near Rockford. He wasn't sure what was going to happen, what the oil was going to do down lane as the day goes on, which could make things tricky and essentially, potentially even make the great starts from the teams that we did see, at least on this pair for sure. Those things may start to even out as the transition, of course, takes into effect. And generally, that's when you see a lot of the teams begin to move left, migrate left, in that area of the lane where Matt never really ventures into. Certainly be something to keep an eye on. I'm intrigued and looking forward to the back half of the day.
Well, also, too, another factor to consider is the oil being used here. I believe today we're using the Kegel Ice, which is designed to be more durable. It's going to hold up longer, less transition. So the moves are going to be less with the Kegel Ice than, say, oils of years past, of course. But I have a feeling, Emil, that Jesse Buss knows a little bit about lane transition, and that's a good pair of eyes to have behind you, watching your team compete.
I haven't seen very many left-handers yet, Matt.
I was going to say that. I noticed earlier we had one in game 1. And haven't seen too much action on the left side.
Saw one from that was Mount Mercy. It kind of begs the question of how the left side is playing today on this particular pattern.
Lane number 6445, 6445.
Well, we won't necessarily see it today on this 37-foot pattern, but on tomorrow's 51-foot affair, potentially the righties and lefties crossing each other, making for an interesting lane condition. We'll see, we're a long way from tomorrow. 6 games today, 3 tomorrow. Then we'll cut to the top 12 men's teams and the top 8 women's teams. We actually won't have tomorrow's 3-game sets on BowlTV because the women will be bowling while the men are in match play. So rather than leave somebody out, we're going to leave everybody out. And then we'll be back tomorrow afternoon for the match play portion of this event and a 3rd lane condition, 42 feet. So Nick Hoagland really making everybody think through this. Each bowler only allowed 5 bowling balls. So they'll have to change surfaces and make adjustments for each lane condition. They all turned in ball cards before they started. So no new balls allowed.
And that's been a staple for quite some time, I think, as far as, if I can remember, Tier 1 and 5 balls being the limits. I wanted to say 6 at first, but I'm pretty sure it was 5. And maybe those who bowled back in the mid to late 2000s, early part of the decade, can chime in. I think it might be, or at least it used to be junior gold, maybe that was 6 balls. But you'd better have that ball card turned in. I'll tell you that much. You won't be throwing any balls. That makes the that's where your coaches certainly play a vital role. Of course, you, the player, knowing the equipment, your own equipment, what you're throwing, how you throw it, strengths, weaknesses, all those things going to go into play when you're limited to how many balls you can bring to an event.
I guess the question is, how many do you really need? I mean, you can certainly be versatile with what you have internationally. They're only allowed 6 bowling balls, but they can change the surfaces in between games or in between blocks. They'll see a short pattern, long pattern. They're going to tweak their equipment then. I mean, certainly having 15 or 20 balls potentially could help.
I would say if there were ever to be amendments to that particular rule, I mean, I don't think you would want any more than 6. Because I don't, at that point, I'm not sure if you will need more than that. And again, maybe you do, but I think it's probably fair to say that 6 has been proven to be okay at the most, and 5 certainly. And for people if you give 6, essentially they'll say, well, that's another ball. Now my spare ball is, essentially that 5th ball. or the 6 ball, essentially. Now, with 5, you may be only down to 4 balls.
Well, but if you change the surface, you could have any one of so many different grit options.
Well, no doubt.
Or polish. You could basically have 5 or 6 balls in one.
No doubt about it. And I'm sure you've seen it where, teams will bring their own spinner, and get at it in the paddock beforehand. The next day, tomorrow, I would expect to see some surfaces being changed, in preparation for the 51-footer. Or guys have already brought what they think they'll need for that particular pattern and won't have to, alter that or any other balls for that matter. So I think that's part of the reason, and one of the reasons that makes our sport great. So there's a lot of variables involved that you need to have a grasp on and be able to tackle those to be successful. And I think teammates really become vital too. They're already important, but you need their help in choosing the right ball as well. Especially if you have a ball that's similar to what a teammate's doing. If that guy or girl is having success, you have that ball or one similar to it or similar layout, and it makes things a little easier.
And all part of having a knowledgeable coach and potentially a pro shop at your facility or nearby. But I also think that by limiting the number of balls players can bring, it kind of evens the playing field a little bit. Some players in schools have the ability to acquire a lot of equipment and a lot of help. And some programs, they're struggling for fundraising and coming up with equipment, and their resources are limited. So now here's everybody bringing just 5 and making it work. So with the variety of laying conditions and the limit of the equipment, I think we're seeing the real talent rise to the top. And for others, it's a good way to gauge where you are and maybe expose your weaknesses and what you need to work on, and see what it takes to get you up to that next level.
Well said, sir. Well said. I couldn't agree more with that. But certainly, that's not something that certainly won't be changing, in my opinion. From 5 to 6, and even if it did, 6, in my opinion, would be the max. Certainly, or 5. I think you're right. Same for everybody. But at the end of the day, you still have to throw the ball. You have to release the bowling ball and try to make good shots. And ultimately, that's what's going to decide the fate. It's shot by Ronnie from Wichita.
A little challenging for us back here where we're sitting to see. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of strikes on the board here in game number 3. Lindenwood filling frames. Weber struggling a little bit here in game 3, but hard for us to see what's going wrong as the lanes transition as we get later in the day. Our position, a little bit harder to see what the mistakes are, what's being left, for example.
Well, right now, that's
That's the 135 on lane 72 right now.
Yes, that is.
So
along with some deadwood.
Yes. So can't really even guess what kind of ball reaction you'd have to leave the 135.
We've seen a Greek church And if you think back to the last game on this pair between Robert Morris, Illinois, and Wisconsin-Whitewater, you thought that the lane was starting to go away just a little bit. Balls were starting to react sooner on the lane, and there was some big 4s, some 4-6s left. And then, of course, the occasional washout. And here we've seen a Greek church on the right lane, too. So I think we're certainly in that transition mode. And these two teams have already made the shift left.
Well, likely the outside part of the lane breaking down. So you're going to have hook to the right. You get the ball right too soon. It's going to check up on you. Chances are the laydown point, the front part of the lane, seeing a lot of traffic, going to burn up as well. So you're going to see early hook there. And as you said, they've made the move left. So they're chasing the oil in the front part of the lane left, and they're using the hook to the right to their advantage. But if you get it there too soon, or you get it through the break point, it's trouble either way.
Sure. And it sounds so simple. You know, like right side's breaking down, you move left, throw it right, but it's certainly not that simple. You know, obviously the goal is to stay ahead of the transition, so the teams make moves to try to make sure they're ahead of it.
And again, with so many different levels of play here, and you're not following the same team every game. You kind of have to guess when you get there. You don't know. Whereas at other events, sometimes you follow the same team all day long, so you have an idea how the lanes are changing. And we saw one pair to our left, Wichita State. We'll see them next. But their anchor bowler, Matt McNeil, struggling. Not a strike on the board here, at least in the frames that we can see. Missed the headpin to the left there. 24th after 2. 9:56, 9:03. Also needing to do some work here in game 3. Emil, where would you rank this Lindenwood team as far as your career and what you've seen? Is this kind of a rebuilding era, or is this just a down day?
You know, it's tough to say because I haven't seen them all season. So I can't be fair and give a fair assessment on what's happening and what who we have, and one of their best bowlers. I don't think Kyle has graduated, but he's not. He is not suited up, at least for today, and that's Kyle Sherman. So, yeah, I think, like I said, I can't necessarily call it a rebuilding year, just because I don't know everybody.
Well, looking at the rankings
the team, but
on collegebowling.com here through February 9th, the online team ranking system, Lindenwood actually 5th through 10 events.
Yeah, and I've looked at their success and throughout the season, and a lot of the teams I've taken a look at, and so certainly they're right where you would expect them to be. One of the top 5 teams in the country. So I would think of this more as an anomaly, essentially. First 2 games, obviously they struggled, trying to find their way. But this is a team that likes to play in. So I think later in the day, if they get some area, they can put up some score.
Well, they're starting to turn it on here in game 3. 3 strikes as a team.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that's one of those things that each team, each year has its own identity. For me, as an alum, you certainly say, man, that they're right where they need to be. As an objective broadcaster, obviously there's still work to do.
Well, looking at the rankings, #1 team in the country, Robert Morris, Illinois, followed by Weber International, Notre Dame College.
Chris By. Pretty good too.
Midland University, Lindenwood. So there's 3 programs that were not really on the radar back in my playing days. Wisconsin-Whitewater, we talked a lot about them, leading here through 2 games. 6th overall, then McKendree, Wichita State 8th, Urbana 9th, and Calumet rounding out the top 10. So Calumet on our right-hand pair right now. We talked a little bit about them and their rise to success. Runner-up at the 2010 Intercollegiate Team Championships. Just as I said that, a missed single pin. Those guys struggling a little bit here. But some strikes on the board.
And you know, Matt, part of it is, honestly, it's the Hoosier.
It is the Hoosier.
It's it's a high energy event. Not even mention, what you have to deal with from a lane condition standpoint. But teams know that the best teams are here, all of them. And this is that last push to build some momentum, especially for a lot of teams to go into hopefully postseason play for most, and try to earn themselves an ITC bid at sectional. So I'll tell you right now, and we can look that up. I don't recall as a player, me personally, ever finishing higher than 15th at this tournament. And we're talking about teams that finish first, third, and third in a 3-year span. But for whatever reason, we just never could solve this tournament. And I still don't know why. It's just, it gives you fits.
It certainly has its challenges. Again, the lane condition already difficult before you get in the door, and then you're moving across the house 20 lanes at a time, and a lot of traffic, and a lot of different styles of play, making a challenging lane condition kind of ugly at times.
Sure. I think it's very good for, it's the premier event, and it certainly should play like one. It's certainly not going to be a cakewalk. There's going to be extreme navigation, just like we tried to navigate last night from the airport back to this bowling center through the snow. Throw on your traction control and do the best you can with the help of your teammates. The best part about it is there's 9 games. So there's plenty of games, you say, to make match play. The worst part about it is it's not on the same thing, obviously. So you may have conquered one pattern, and then all of a sudden, here comes the others.
It is a test of versatility, and we haven't used a cliche in a while, so we'll go with the cream rising. But in this format, with all team games, some of these teams very deep, stacked, multiple talented players.
I'll tell you another key difference, Matt, and these gentlemen and girls later will bowl 6 games on this pattern. Back in the day, it was 3 games, break, re-oil for the next pattern on the same day, and then another pattern the next day. So you saw 2 patterns in one day. Whether that's more difficult than 6 on 1 pattern, I'd probably say so, maybe. To go from one thing to the next quickly. You never really get a chance to develop any type of rhythm.
But at the same time, you're also looking at less transition, perhaps, so less of a battle, less guessing games.
Sure.
I'm sure that the teams that started out strong would have been glad with that format. And then folks maybe just starting to find their groove or hoping that the transition will help them. Looking for a little more time to figure it out. Calumet looks like it's figuring something out. couple strings of strikes. But you're right, this is the Hoosier, so we're probably going to say the word struggle quite a bit. We've seen some really high scores, a couple good games. And that's not impossible, but certainly unusual at the Hoosier.
I mean, you've got, what, 3 of the, oh no, 4 of the top 10 teams, according to the collegebowling.com team ranking in this 8-pair vicinity here. And, you know, Wichita State, someone's got a little string going there. You mentioned Matt is struggling a little bit. Calumet College, you got a string going. So essentially most of these teams, if not all of them, are kind of even, at least for this game, obviously. And so, you know, what happens at this tournament is, you know, whether someone wins or finishes 13th, just missing match play, really won't be that indicative of their season.
Well, certainly the confidence will help and the extra games. But in this format, it's possible for 1 or 2 players that kind of lead the way. Once you get to match play, though, it's all Baker. Totally different ball game. Only get 2 shots per game per player. So a true team effort. Sectionals and the Intercollegiate Team Championships, all Baker. I think that evens the playing field a little bit as well, because you can't necessarily depend on your superstar at that point. This is certainly a good mixture. One of the cool things that we saw at the NCAA event we covered recently was that over the 3 days, they saw 3 different formats, from traditional team games.
Speaking of momentum, and this is that kind of game where you can build momentum and really kind of jumpstart the rest of the day. You start out slow, you get a good game 3, you finish well, and then that can carry over and hopefully project into some big numbers.
Well, something that we saw with the ice oil at the Open Championships last year, when it made its debut, was in the move, the transition. Teams traditionally are expected to make a move at a certain time, and maybe they did in anticipation, and the oil didn't break down as quickly, so their move was premature at that point. And then it's a question of what do you do? Do you move back and then make your move later, or do you get flustered or at that point? And potentially, and then later, the move was big, especially in doubles and singles. It was not little moves, it was make a big move at one time. And perhaps we're seeing that here in game 3, the lanes as they transition. The little moves on this oil just aren't going to cut it. You have to make that big move, and they're being too gentle, they're easing into it. And perhaps in game 4 we see the big move, you take the leap, and good things could happen.
A big shot over, by the way there, if you heard, great shot off in the crowd. That was Wichita State. McNeil now with a double. But that 7th frame looked a little rough for him.
Yeah, it almost looked like we weren't going to see him next game.
Yeah. Looks like he made a ball change. And that's a timely break.
Come on, Jake.
That's one of those when you on the way back, or when you're facing the pin, somebody's looking, just kind of give it the old slap to yourself, slap it out. I tell you, I got to be honest with you, man. I am certainly am enjoying myself. As they say, a lot of folks, when they, whatever sport or whatever it is they participate in, you know, they're lifers of that. I'm probably going to be a college bowling lifer. That'll probably be
The Van Wilder of college bowling.
I certainly will have to be around it for the rest of my life.
Looks like you have a few fans there in the chat room.
Oh, shout out to Julian Brown watching from the Chicagoland area. He's a frequent Open Championships competitor as well. He's also left-handed. You guys might want to share stories, share strategy.
Well, game 3 coming to a close, and 200 games are few and far between here.
Kind of the opposite, of course, of what we saw in the first couple, at least in our immediate viewing area. It's a nice 237 down on what looks to be 68. A 982 game.
I think it's time for some moves, maybe some ball changes.
West Texas A&M. Mark Scroggins still at the helm. Getting it done in Amarillo. It's great to see some of the same folks, same faces, the same coaches. Guys who have made their living, their careers out of helping young adults achieve greatness at the collegiate level in our sport.
Certainly one way to build tradition and build a legacy is to stick around for a while.
Wow. I was going to say, a lot of time spent on that field shot.
He ran and got another ball from somewhere.
Made a ball change.
It's time to make some moves. The score's not looking good here.
Hoping he didn't have to go all the way down to lane 15, which is where they started this morning. We're on lane 71 and 72.
It is more than likely, just because of the amount of traffic in this building. It's not the kind of place you're going to pick up your equipment and move it game to game. He's winded.
He's refueling currently. It's a little warm. Of course, and even warmer in the bowlers area.
The string of strikes continues for Calumet.
Best game so well. Again, with our, we don't have the knowledge of the first 5 frames.
It'll be a surprise, but no doubt
Already had one of those.
it will catapult them here. It'll save their game.
Although I got knowledge. That's a big shot there for Wichita State. Possible 239 for their number 3 bowler there. I think, and this is in a nutshell, is the Hoosier Classic. Certainly, it'll make great teams look average because of the demand for shot making just really goes up a notch. But the transition, that's what we're seeing, I think, and it's just a little tough. It's a big spare though.
Now we're getting fancy. Right behind us, we got step stools with cup holders. Some dedicated fans right there.
Nice 243. Fourth bowler from Calumet.
I want to say the pace of play on the men's side is going to be a little bit slower than we'll see this evening with the women. Maybe some two-lane courtesy happening here. The women get up there and bowl. A little bit quicker, a little bit louder for sure.
Certainly not a bad game from Calumet College here. Certainly LU having some issues. Weber really not that far off as well. 180, 150, 250, 198. I certainly would expect both teams, as the legit second half of this first day begins, to be in striking distance by the time today's over. Certainly power points are important. Well, last tier one, ranking purposes. Not only ranking purposes, but seeding purposes as well. For sectionals. Going to get more into that as the day goes on. .935 for Weber. So far, a lower score of the day on this pair. And the Shockers. Want some good shots here in the 10th frame. Off the pair on our left.
So we definitely anticipated big scores on this pair, but didn't anticipate the transition. A little bit tricky with this Kegel Ice Oil. We'll see two more great teams here in a minute. Morehead and Wichita on 71 and 72. And St. Ambrose and Martin Methodist on 73 and 4. Right now, Lindenwood's going to wrap things up. Weber International in the books. 935. Mount Mercy 880. And Calumet, big finish for 967. Game 3 coming to a close here at the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Matt Canizaro and Emil Williams Jr. live from Western Bowl in Indianapolis.
Now let's take a quick look at the standings after two. I know you mentioned before 7 teams above the plus line, with Wisconsin-Whitewater leading with 21-27 after 2. Very interesting. Have you seen this tool before now too? With the looks like masking tape rolls, give or take, string together to create ball holders. Wow, the inventions that I've seen today really have been remarkable. I hope someone patent that. You could sell that. Or you can make it.
Appears to be effective. 6
Certainly.
balls now.
Yeah, that's
on the tabletop.
I like it.
Secure.
Well, that wraps things up here on this pair for this game number 3 here. Weber 935, Lindenwood 917. High game on the pair 253. Weber. That continues a good string of individual games though on this pair. 250, seen 266. Did we have something larger than that in game 2? I don't think we did.
All right, coming up next on the left, Morehead State and Wichita State. We'll get those scoreboards clear in a minute. Those are the previous scores from Lindenwood and Weber International. And on our right, St. Ambrose and Martin Methodist already underway.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time.
This is a rematch of last year's championship. Morehead and Wichita. Morehead came out on top last year. Wichita probably looking for a little bit of vengeance here. Still a long way to go between now and the championship match. This is just game number 4 of 9 team games before we cut to the top 12 men and top 8 women for bracket match play. Appreciate everybody joining us. The crowd is growing, both online and in the bowling center. Appreciate everybody being here. Matt Canizaro and Emil Williams Jr. One weekend only. 2014 Hoosier Classic.
You should have had a marquee. Marquee out. One night only. I like it.
Well, I had to make sure that Mother Nature was going to let that happen first.
I certainly appreciate the
way that it looked yesterday.
the call.
I don't want to promise the world something and then not deliver.
I think we both looked at the potential weather earlier in the week.
Well,
and said, oh, you know, it's 30, whatever it is, degrees, a small chance of precipitation. And so I'll be good to go.
Yeah, it didn't look good about 2 p.m. yesterday. But here we are. Full house, 78 men's teams right now. Took some a while to get here. They said the last 40 miles or so took a few hours. But they'll all be here at least through tomorrow afternoon. If if you're claustrophobic, feels like the walls are closing in. Especially for these two teams. Wichita and Morehead. Big fan bases. Very supportive parents. Travel to all the events.
The cycles of college bowling just always continue, of course. Players come in, players graduate. So for me, guys that I'm used to seeing, Mike Kahn, Steve Zimmer. Adam Voth.
Looks like we're going to get an early look at the left-hander, Matt McNeil. He's made some magic on the live stream before.
That he has.
A couple 800s at the Open Championships. Now he's moved up to the 3-hole for the Shockers. He's playing way left. Barely on screen there in his approach. Something that we've seen many times. With this 37-foot pattern again, it'll dictate, at least to start, that you want to have your break point around 6. And that's just a starting point. Basic strategy. And of course, that's Matt's wheelhouse. Playing out around the first arrow. Now we see Devin Bidwell, longtime member of this program.
I think the move left has been official now. Hard to see on the monitor a little bit, but certainly looked to be near 5th arrow. On my way here, matter of fact, in flight, essentially talking to folks about bowling, where I was going, where I was headed. Always trying to encourage those to pick up the sport, learn more, go out and bowl. And some new viewers. Hopefully those folks have tuned in.
I'm not sure if you noticed yet, but it looks like we got a few two-handers on our right-hand pair. One on Martin Methodist for sure, and one for St. Ambrose. Definitely an up-and-coming style. Again, one of your teammates, Ryan Valenta.
Yeah, LU had one. They have one, I should say, in their lineup currently. So that's obviously a style that is caught on.
All the rage. Jason Belmonte, the reigning PBA Player of the Year. Defending Masters champion. The USBC Masters kicks off next week. Carolier Lanes in New Jersey. Some of the players headed right from this event to the Masters.
Good drive to JC. It's kind of in your area, huh? Formerly, hometown, and roughly.
Yes, sir. Been to a few birthday parties at Carolier. That's where it all started for me. Interesting. use of the lane there from St. Ambrose. Looks like he stuck or slipped at the foul line. Slow hooked the whole lane for a strike. Do it again.
That was a really good shot, although I watched him say that he slipped.
Yeah. Once it was on the lane, certainly it looked great from here.
A legend in front of us.
Hall of Fame coach, Gordon Vatican.
We're in a three-step mode.
A.J. Chapman wide right.
And it is game 4.
Time to bump it left. I'm going to guess the outside part of the lane. Broken down quite a bit, but clearly either too much ball speed or not the right ball there for Chapman. As we saw in the right-hand pair a minute ago. Plenty of room out there if you want to slow hook it. Just can't be too firm about it. Chapman gets.
Obviously, that doesn't happen often, but certainly Coach Vatican and Coach Lewis took the necessary steps to. I'm sure that doesn't happen. But you never know. That's just the kind of the beauty of collegiate bowling, especially sectionals. Bad days happen. And the worst time ever to have a bad day is at sectionals.
Certainly you want to be at your best heading into the postseason. But it happens. You move on. You go out and get yourself a proven celebrity in Matt McNeil. Big double from the left side. Starting to get some of that swagger. Bidwell now up on the right lane. Strike there from Francois. We saw him at the Open Championships bowling with Team Canada, the youngster. And those guys shot 3,500, made a run at the title in 2013. Again, talented players flock to Wichita State. We've got our standings updated through 3 games. Gary Brown coming to brag about his hard work. Wisconsin-Whitewater struggled in game 3, 936, but still on top at plus 63. Marion closes the gap with 1034, plus 53. Pikeville third at plus 24. And that's it. 3 teams are plus after 3 games here at the Hoosier. Robert Morris fourth, McKendree fifth. Got some individual standings through 2 games. Ryan Greenwood from Whitewater, 110 over after 2. So individually, 64 bowlers are averaging 200 or better through 2 games.
These are 2 programs. Obviously, Wichita State is legendary. And Morehead State certainly has been not only up there as far as longevity is concerned, but they've had players as well, high caliber individuals. I know on the women's side, of course, you had a bird's eye front row seat to Kelly Kulick helped Morehead State win a national championship back in the day. I know, obviously, in my generation, David O'Sullivan, Scott Thornton were fantastic bowlers from Morehead State. Most recently, Mike Kahn, All-American, Steve Zimmer.
Well, we had Chris Hester back in my day.
Chris Hester.
Talented left-hander. Of course, on the women's side, Liz Johnson, back in the day, a few years before that. Robin Orlikowski.
Wow. There was a question on relevance. I'd certainly say the answer to that would be yes. Morehead State. Teams that they've got their name on a banner up there, 2011 at this tournament. And they have been very good. I think that's the beauty of a good program. Obviously, you can stand that test of time. You know, there may be down years, of course, but
Well, just like any sport.
right. As you mentioned, rebuilding. Who knows? I mean, these teams may be rebuilding. But, if you look at the rankings, it doesn't show, which if a team is rebuilding and, like we mentioned, use that at rebuilding, probably not. But if they were, that's impressive to be rebuilding and still be the 5th ranked team in the nation.
Well, you've got your rebuilding and you've got your building from the ground up. Martin Methodist, Norm Titus, PBA regional champion, was on tour for a while, finished second at the Open Championships in 2006. And sharing some of that knowledge with these youngsters. I talked to him back in the day when he was just getting started. And he's a very emotional bowler, to the point of laying into a ball return or two back in the day. But he has changed 180 degrees since starting to coach the team. Of course, wants to lead by example, and a great leader, and sharing some great knowledge.
Anything else I can do for you?
With this team, and always talking to them, getting them to this level. St. Ambrose, another team we've talked about as an up-and-comer, and Emil exchanging pleasantries with their coach prior to this game.
St. Ambrose kind of burst onto the scene a few years ago. And they got a lot of players from my neck of the woods and the surrounding states. You talk about building quickly. They had some pretty high caliber players, guys who had finished had won or either finished near the top in their respective states as far as state tournaments and state championships are concerned. The fact that Kyle Anderson's still on the team, and if I'm not mistaken, he's won the Illinois State Championship as well. So. Martin Methodist still, like you said, a few years old, just starting to make the rounds in the headway when I was a bowler.
Only 3 teams plus here at the 2014 Hoosier Classic. So as these lanes transition, this 37-foot oil pattern proving to be as difficult as Here's McNeil up on 72. Looks like he missed the head pin to the left. So after 2 great shots to start this game, Neil staring at a head pin spare. Morehead making a little bit of a move with a team 4-bagger there. That comes to an end. Still a good shot from their 4th bowler. Anchor working on the front 3. Devin Bidwell stepping up, working on 3 in a row. Make that 4.
Good shot.
Former junior Team USA member.
Another example of our essential, our recruiting talk. And I'm not sure how Devin got to Wichita State just from a location standpoint. He's from California as well. SoCal. But again, if the university you want to attend has a reputation like a Wichita State, where you know what you're going for and what you're going to get, certainly that's a simple choice. Not everybody has that opportunity, and not everybody is looking to essentially do the same thing or study the same thing. And that talent begins to spread out, and that's why you see such a competitive level of college bowling now. Although I think Canada has always been a pipeline for Wichita State. They've had some great bowlers from that country. Francois, of course, one of the latest ones. Take a look at the Mark Bufas of the world, and
George
Caroline
Lambert.
Lagrange, George Lambert, of course.
Alicia Wong. Samantha Howe. All right, I believe you.
And Caroline, didn't she win the World Cup this year? So
Wichita with a big international draw. I think that maybe that's dropped off potentially a little bit with Weber International coming into the picture. But of course, some top Colombians also have been to Wichita State. Clara Guerrero, Sarah Vargas, Rocio. And again, like you said, when players go there, they tend to recruit their own friends, especially if you're coming from out of the country. You want to be around people you know and feel comfortable. That was AJ Chapman, product of the Junior Team USA program as well. Top junior player made a beeline for Wichita State. Sometimes you just grow up and you know. And that's what you work towards, and you realize your dream. I actually had no idea. No clue. I actually followed my friends to college because I was looking to be around people I knew and felt comfortable with, and that was that. St. Ambrose and Martin Methodist halfway through game number 4 of 6. St. Ambrose entered this game in 52nd place, 843, 901, 917. Martin Methodist 27th, 912, 918, 968. Still a long way to go. Then we cut to the top 12 after tomorrow's 3-game set. Right now you're watching Game 4 of the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic.
The strike train has been reignited here on this pair for both teams.
Teams are going to switch lanes here on 71 and 72.
Bagger, leadoff bowler for Morehead State. Oh, what a play fall for the 10-pin. That essentially had Rap Dime written all over it. It was, and then the late kick. And the 6-pin must have hit it just enough to give it a wiggle, and it decided to fall.
The Rap Dime doesn't have the same ring to it.
Oh, roll that 4-pin. Roll that 4. It's getting serious in here, man.
Don't forget, Emil, this is a rematch of last year's championship. And Morehead the victor. So, I have a feeling, though, at this point, neither team worried too much about who else is on the pair. They're just bowling for total pins, trying to get their way into the top 12. But it makes for good TV.
last year after 9 games for the men at this event. Morehead State led, followed by Calumet College, Wichita State, Wisconsin-Whitewater.
Sounds familiar.
Robert Morris University of Illinois, Urbana, Midland, St. Ambrose, Saginaw Valley, William Penn, Weber, and McKendree.
It's pretty close to the top 12 this year.
Great shot there.
It looks like for the first time all day, all these pairs are about on the same pace.
How about that?
We had a little bit of a delay in all the teams moving 20 lanes. It seems to have caught things back up. After this, game 4, we'll have another short delay as they walk across the bowling center. Big shot there from Francois.
Beautiful shot.
So both teams on our left and on our right are starting to find some momentum here late in game 4. St. Ambrose striking at will. Now up on lane 74. Terrible break for Chapman after he got to 10 to go late on his last shot. He's a 4-9. Morehead continuing to strike though. Leadoff bowler, 4 in a row. Today's pattern, 37 feet. Tomorrow, 3 games on 51 feet. Then the match play pattern, 42 feet. So quite a variety, a test of endurance and versatility at this tournament.
Mentioned St. Ambrose and how they've developed a program fairly quickly with some quality players as well. Kyle Anderson, a 2-time Illinois state champion. To Chuck Hall, star of tomorrow as well. Get guys like that, kind of jumpstart your program. We only hope that others will follow. Essentially, is if you build it, they will come. pickup. 1-6-10.
I'm seeing a lot of players choose to use urethane balls as opposed to plastic because it can serve a dual purpose, of course, for spares. And if you get to a short pattern, perhaps, or to a condition where you just need that control, especially when you're only allowed to have 5 balls in your bag. So that's a good strategy by some of these teams.
That's a great tool and a great point. It can serve 2 purposes. Essentially a 2-for-1. Make spares, and if you need to go to that as old number 1, throw some strikes with it as well. Of course, barring the conditions match up for that particular bowler. Four-bagger for St. Ambrose leadoff bowler. Two-hander. That's kind of like practice. Almost seemed naturals at it, and literally probably could do very well if they chose to bowl an entire tournament or league session two-handed. Leadoff bowler from Morehead looking for another strike here. He gets it.
I know you're used to calling the action where everybody's wearing a jersey and a number and you know who's who. And
Certainly, it's a little easier to prepare for a two-team basketball game, or even a 4-team or an 8-team high school tournament, for example. 78 teams is
Stockton on the break to Malone.
Again, the bowlers trying to combat the 37-foot pattern. Kegel here. It's going to be Kegel ice oil. 37 feet in length with 33.2 milliliters of oil for volume. If you're just joining us, we've been live here from Western Bowl, the 45th annual Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic, presented by Columbia 300. Gentleman to my left, his name is Matt Cannizzaro. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Just guesting today, just being a college bowling lifer, and wanted to assist Matthew, good friend, in his always evolving broadcast endeavors. The first two, as McNeil was able to carry him on out of nowhere. He had turned his back on it as the ball went through the face. He essentially had the 2-7-8 standing, and they all end up falling down. We had some big scores for you here on this pair. The first game, the first two games, or the low game, I believe, was 10-23, if I'm not mistaken. Saw the front nine on this pair by Riley Chin of Fresno State in game number 1. To his immediate left, Ryan Greenwood had the front 11, finished with 297. Wasn't on this pair, it was the pair left of him that happened in the first game. We saw Robert Morris and Wisconsin-Whitewater. Some pretty solid games. And then Lindenwood and Weber International fighting through the transition on this very pair to games of 9:35 and 9:17. Weber 9:35, LU 9:17. And now that transition has seemed to be understood by both teams here, both Wichita State and Morehead State, understanding where they need to play on the lanes to be successful. And so the strikes have increased here. 73 and 74, St. Ambrose and Martin Methodist. They've been striking as well. And the strike train ended just a moment ago with the St. Ambrose leadoff bowler.
So we are at the tail end of game number 4. This place is getting crowded. It's 12:30 right now. The men, 6 games. They will have a short break so they can oil. And then we'll be back with the women. 6 more games. cruising now.
I think teams are kind of in that groove now, in some rhythm.
Only 11 more hours of live streaming coverage. Don't miss it. Tell everybody.
Loft the cap and carry. So that can be broken down into 2 words. Oh, that last shot by A.J. Chapman there. Cap, as in loft the cap. Ball hits the pins. Carry. That's a strike.
After 3 games, Wichita State in 13th place. Defending champion Morehead State having a tough go at it in 33rd place. St. Ambrose 52nd. Martin Methodist 27th. Five in a row for Morehead.
I certainly think they know how the first couple games have gone for them and really wanted to bowl well. Looks like they've caught a solid pair. It always helps, even if you're not bowling head to head, but if you're on the same pair with, with a Wichita State, for example, it's only natural to kind of want to elevate your game. Matthew mentioned the crowd earlier.
Don't call the fire marshal.
Before we could see out the door to the right, to our right. Now that is blocked by spectators. What do you think the maximum capacity is in this center?
Got 80 lanes. I'm going to guess it's probably far less than it's going to be at about 2 o'clock when all the women's teams are rolling in as well. Here we are, in the 10th frame. 73 and 74, St. Ambrose, Martin Methodist. I believe we heard a too bad. That is the Matt McNeil influence on Wichita State. It is a Jeff Riggles type term.
St. Ambrose with a chance for a pretty good game here. Our leadoff bowler he has been lined up. He's got a chance to shoot 233 with 3 in the 10th, but a double put him in, double in good count, put him in the 230s.
Nice shot by the left-hander, Morehead anchor.
Interesting that we didn't see really any left-handers for about, what game is this?
This is game 4.
For 3 games, essentially. And there's 2 on this pair, on 71 and 72. And I think 2 on 73 and 74. I know you guys are few and far between.
17%. Here's Chapman already in front of the ball return with 2 games to go. You noted that earlier.
So what if he strikes here, you're gonna probably hear a lot of yelling.
No one doesn't make it back.
It's like the 2-4-5.
A little too firm with it. Spare no problem for Chapman. String of strikes ends for Morehead as well.
Another cool thing about our sport now really is apparel, and how apparel has really made a difference, of course, and that's what apparel is designed to do. Not only to clothe you, but certainly can make a difference and make a presence. And really the jersey type shirt now has really become a staple in the sport, of course. And really when you see teams all geared up in their respective jerseys with their team colors or logos or what have you, really kind of adds something to the game, in my opinion.
Certainly gives it a sport feel to it. Not that it didn't have it before, but when you equate jerseys to sports, it's pretty simple there. Just another of the many things that have changed in college bowling in the last decade or so. Emil, we didn't have sport bowling lane conditions back then. Most of our events were conducted on house shots or just some creativity like at the Hoosier. One event that we knew was going to be challenging. I think bowlers today are much better prepared for college. And then the conditions they see in college prepare them even better for the after college life. Perhaps if they're chasing their PBA dreams or at other top events.
The youth are starting at a much younger age. Of course, in the advent of technology that's available, understanding lane conditions earlier, understanding ball differentials, RGs earlier, all of those things certainly makes the game grow and makes the youth bowler grow at a more rapid pace. Obviously with the amount of honor scores that are shot at an earlier rate now, at an earlier age.
You certainly have to keep up and to get the attention of these top programs and to have success. There's a lot of scholarship money on the line out there.
I want to. What do we call this device?
Periscope?
I want to test it out.
That is another homemade device. A bit of cardboard, some duct tape, a couple of mirrors. School colors. There you go. Go build one during the lunch break.
If you build it, it will
You can
come.
see. McNeil with the 7-pin. Spare here, put him in the 190s again. Haven't had a chance to talk to him much to see what the college bowling world has been like for his game, the atmosphere. Certainly familiar with team bowling coming from Minnesota, the Linds Lakers, and big team atmosphere up there. Some great players. Titus giving some advice to his Martin Methodist team members.
Big double by Kyle Anderson for St. Ambrose. A game for
It's a good looking game for sure.
Fighting Bees of St. Ambrose. Guard that 8th frame for Kyle, and that game certainly would be to the 240s, 250s potentially.
The Flying Bees. Are there bees that don't fly?
I believe the Fighting Bees.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Yes, the Fighting Bees of St. Ambrose.
Well, that makes more sense.
They're fighting.
Nobody's gonna be scared of a bee that's just hanging out. Fight. They're fighting here. They're gonna be over 1,000 with one bowler to go. It's a big game here today.
Mentioned them earlier about as far as recruiting goes, and of their 23 listed roster members according to their school athletic webpage, one of them is from Wisconsin. 3 of them are from the actual state of Iowa, where the university is. And the other 19 are from Illinois. Several from the Chicagoland area and surrounding suburbs. You see a couple from the Quad City area, Moline, for example.
2:22 for Bidwell. McNeil stretching. Maybe he's getting old. Get a little bit tight in his old age.
How old is he?
Old?
20.
28, 29.
28.
Yeah, he's getting up there. He's got 10 years on these kids. He's gonna call them all Sonny.
On the 10th. It'll be in the 230s. A good game. In fact, great game by Morehead State. A much needed one. .10:53 for Morehead State, 10:07 for Wichita State. Shockers put a +7 on the board in game 4.
It really didn't look like it was gonna get there. Halfway through, but a lot of strikes thrown towards the tail end of that game.
Morehead State with a big game. And it kind of goes back to what we had been seeing on this pair.
So here's that transition. It was just a matter of making a big move rather than creeping. And here we saw it. 4 games, we saw it. We saw 6,000 games out of 8. So hopefully our next 2 teams we're watching, and we'll have another exciting effort in game 5.
So the ball cup holder, and I wonder, is there a name for these holders with attached by strings? That's obviously the new way to place the equipment on the table.
Well, certainly the look of the bowling center is changing.
Sure.
Used to have a lot more seating in the old days.
Now, when there are seats, you know, some settees are equipped with seating, for example. No tables, just seats. Do we think that the use is still there at that point? Unless you just set, you know, all of the equipment on the floor.
It could potentially work under the ball return or in some capacity.
Generally, when there are seats, those seats will be absorbed by equipment.
Make sure you guys are quiet with this guy here. How you doing, boss?
All right, so now we're going to take a look at Notre Dame College, Urbana, the other Lindenwood-Belleville, and Waldorf. So some teams we haven't seen or talked about much. We mentioned earlier Notre Dame College, up and coming, ranked 3rd in the country on the latest poll. Urbana number 9. So let's see if we can have another entertaining effort by 2 top 10 teams.
2 top 10 teams. And on all 4 lanes here in our featured pair, really 4 essentially still new programs. Lindenwood-Belleville, I think, in their 2nd or 3rd year of existence. I want to say 2nd.
Folks, thank you very much for joining us. This is Matt Cannizzaro and Emil Williams Jr. Haven't said that in a while. It's been a couple years, but we're back at it here. We're at the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic, live at Western Bowl, Indianapolis. Game 5 of 6 underway. 6 women's games coming up next. So don't go anywhere. It's cold outside, I promise. Stay in, watch some bowling. Collegiate action doesn't get any better than this. I think I would probably rank this event right behind the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Perhaps right up there with the excitement of the St. Louis team match games.
The way the lane assignments are scheduled, it kind of has that feel to me, is that in match games, at least back in the day, you'd essentially bowl the 3 other teams in your 4-lane radius for bonus pins. First would get the maximum amount of bonus pins, 2nd, 3rd, 4th would get none. So all within a 4-lane radius that kind of has that feel to it. As the 2 teams essentially bowl 2 games on 1 pair. I think, for instance, Lindenwood-Belleville. They'll head right to lane 77 after this game. And that will complete their day.
Emil, we saw a bit of a lull in game number 3 towards the end of it. Lanes got a little bit tricky. We saw the transition make the move. This Kegel ice oil, something we talked about for many broadcasts back in 2013, watching the same kind of thing unfold at the Open Championships during doubles and singles. We had a 39-foot pattern, just 2 feet longer than what we're seeing today. And again, especially in doubles, teams that had a really great look after 2 games, they kind of lost it completely in game 3 often. And we talked about that. It was the game 3 blues in doubles. It was a real thing. It happened. And we knew that it was going to come down to the team that made the big move, that got brave, took the leap in game 3 and figured it out. And we saw it time and time again. So many teams with great 2 games. And we saw it today. The way the oil transitions, a little bit slower. And the move, it's like falling off a cliff almost, it seems. It's not a gradual move at all. It's just be brave and do it. And then we saw in game 4, Wichita State and Morehead, they they were laying down on the approach, looking at the ball tracks and seeing where they needed to be, and they made the move and brought it back around. A couple of big 1,000 games, and hopefully these two teams were paying attention. But like you said, you saw from where your vantage point is, the big jump. It was pretty clear. Whereas your break point, you're playing right to start. You're at 6, 7, 8, maybe. And now we've got people against or in front of the ball return. And some of these players certainly very capable of lofting the gutter cap. Some not so much. They're gonna make their moves perhaps with equipment.
Chance to get a look at Chris Vi. Notre Dame College. Another successful two-handed bowler.
So as the lanes get tricky, certainly spares extremely important, filling frames. We haven't really seen too many missed spares today. It seems like when you do miss on the first shot, it's a huge split or a washout. We saw earlier Robert Morris and Matt Gasson strikes all the way, but two open frames, so one washout and one split. The mistakes certainly are magnified and punished. For the most part, we've seen some pretty decent spare shooting teams. And that's another factor that comes with growing up with tougher lane conditions. You need to be better at spare shooting. It's the 1 o'clock hour. Seems like we lost a little bit of the crowd, but the women's team's making their way into the building. Looking around too, I wonder how many married couples do we know that met in college bowling or as a direct result.
Be a fairly long list. Solid shot there. Notre Dame College bowler. In another program that just kind of came out of nowhere. All you need is a couple of bowlers with some marginal success to begin things. Guys, girls see the potential, the talent is there, maybe just missing one or two pieces. They all converge and create a winner. About this point in the day, Matt, where the snacks really start to look better and better.
Almost there. Less than 2 games from now, Nick Hoagland and his crew will be back at it, oiling the lanes for the women. They'll be out here this afternoon. 37-foot pattern, a little bit lighter volume for the ladies. Lower rev rates.
Lanes will only be cleaned once for the women, which, if I'm not mistaken, a single strip instead of maybe a double strip, which is what you'll see for the men.
These fancy machines these days, strip on the way down, clean on the way back, or strip and clean on the way down, oil on the way back. The new machines we'll have at the Open Championships and Women's Championships this year, the Kegel, the Flex, able to do all kinds of things. 2 kinds of oils mixed, all kinds of crazy tricks. Certainly going to change the game. Fancy things happening.
It was already cool to have walkers. But now you take that walker and give them more tools.
Well, now you have different kinds of oil, the fire and the ice. You can put them both out simultaneously. Get yourself some icy hot something.
Does the machine have an ache? Is the machine sore?
Well, the ones at this event certainly will be. 80 lanes.
They'll need some icy.
And then tomorrow, oiling in between rounds of match play. 3 different patterns in 2 days. And here we go. It's going to be a festive and loud afternoon. No chance of getting worn out.
That was the first cheer or chant of any kind we heard up until I think that's the Lindenwood-Belleville women's team.
The
cheering
men's
on
teams.
their men's squad.
Laid back, quiet. A head nod, a high five. That's why the ladies aren't here. They're outside rehearsing their cheers, writing some new material.
The most you hear, in fact, really all of the chants and noise you hear is at the beginning of the tournament for the men.
Now, have you seen on Facebook all these vines and different things? And one of them recently was, what if men and women changed roles for Valentine's Day?
I did not see that.
What if men and women changed roles in college bowling? And we did a little spoof on that.
Be interesting in a lot of ways.
If you're just joining us, Matt Cannizzaro and Emil Williams Jr., 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Appreciate you being here. Scores are updated through 3 games for the team event and 3 games individually. Ryan Greenwood from Wisconsin-Whitewater, 753 for his first 3 games today. Joe Mary from Florida State, 698. Logan Bolts from Western Illinois, 698. So in this 78-team field, only 56 players are plus, averaging 200 or better. Matt McNeil from Wichita State, first man out of the cut there. He is -1 after 3. So we'll have those scores updated. 4 games are in the books. This is game 5. And you can check back in the About section underneath your video window. You'll see the link to the men's standings. Women come and bowl their 6 games later this afternoon. So it'll be a similar setup for them. Right now you're watching Notre Dame College and Urbana, both top 10 teams in the latest poll on collegebowling.com. And to our right, Lindenwood-Belleville, a young program, and Waldorf. Third bowler for Notre Dame up on 72, working on 3 in a row. We've seen some great games on this pair. 6 out of 8 over 1,000. That's probably a good percentage of all the 1,000 games in the field today. To our right, Saginaw Valley State. Aaron Lawrence looking on. Made waves in the PBA last summer. Saginaw, of course, a longtime powerhouse as well. Homemade devices really seem to work.
They're impressive.
Saginaw coach Phil Platko worked at the Ebonite booth in Las Vegas in 2009, has since moved back to Michigan, taking on the coaching duties. Well, it looks like while the right-handers are migrating left, some even standing in front of the ball return, the left-handers, the lanes just seem to be getting tighter and tighter. A lot of washouts, missed head pins, light hits. Well, certainly the amount of traffic has a whole lot to do with that. But
first lefty we've really seen play, to the right or in, and for a left-hander. And even those who have been, at least from what we've seen, play left, like Matt, for example, Matt McNeil, still kind of struggling. At least he had a decent ball reaction last game on this pair, but from the looks of it across the board, doesn't look like any left-hander that, at least that we've seen so far, has had anything remotely consistent.
well, the right side, you get some more opportunity, some traffic to blend it out, to break it down a little bit. Left side is going to stay relatively fresh. So you're going to have maybe some over-under. Leadoff bowler for Urbana with the 9 count. Again, spare shooting seems to be pretty good today. Just a whole lot of splits when you miss.
I like that one. That was pretty good.
Cannot say that college bowling is not fun.
Guy gets the ladies right there.
Play to the crowd a little bit. Women's team, very supportive there at Lindenwood-Belleville. Is that similar for you, your college experience? Yeah. I guess the continuity, the cohesiveness between the two teams, and being supportive.
Absolutely. Except for there weren't many times where we were separated, of course, as it is now, but they usually always got done before us, and they would come down. And of course, if we, for whatever reason, would be done first.
Well, I've seen you up on the approach. So I can see that happening. So take your time and think through your shot.
Are you insinuating that I'm a slow bowler?
You make the most of your time on the approach. Take advantage of the entry fee.
It's funny that I was really just having that conversation about I didn't really think I was ever slow, and then now I am a decently slow bowler. I am set on making sure that I don't throw any anyway shots, and that's as those are when you should probably turn back around, something doesn't feel right, whatever the reason may be, but you throw it anyway. And so that has called me out on my slowness. Not sure how I feel about that.
You just want to enjoy it. That's all. Not slowness. Enjoying the moment.
Sierra Lane 48 for Deadwood, please. Sierra Lane 48.
Of course, back to the original point of the continuity. I think it certainly helps to always know that you have peers rooting you on and supporting you. Sometimes it makes in fact, just about every time, it makes the experience more enjoyable. Be able to share it with the entire program. individual awards, Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year, for example, all kind of begin to round into shape and to form. They've already done that, but some folks really can solidify, for example, what can take place. And so after this event, it'll be important to watch. Seeing the key matchups or tightly contested battles of Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year, for example. Through February 9th, before this event, of course, A.J. Johnson, the leading college bowling in average at 223. He's won 3 events, finished in the top 5 times, 6 top 10s, and 7 top 25s. He's competed in 8 events, with an average differential of 37.442. It's pretty impressive numbers. Probably maybe a lot of people's favorites to win Player of the Year, maybe. I would imagine so. Very impressive season for AJ. Second at the Midwest Collegiate Tier 1, the ISBPA. 7th, 18th at the Boilermaker Classic. And second at the Brunswick Southern Classic, another Tier 1. He won the Lebanon Classic, which is probably the best Tier 2 tournament. Won the Lion Classic, held right in St. Charles. Won team match games, which outside of the Hoosier, arguably the most important Tier 1 you can win. And the only event he did not finish in the top 25 is the ISBPA Midwest event. So his splits, his Tier 1 events, he won 1, finished in the top 5 in the other 3. At 224 as an average, his Tier 2 events, 221. At 36.9 is average differential. He's won a couple of events. That's pretty good. I think those numbers kind of stand alone. For 53 games total. And averaging 223 on the season. Into some of those stats for the women as well when they take to the lanes in a few hours.
Emil, I'm just sitting here watching these bowlers, and I can't imagine they're not worn out at this point.
Yeah, I think they are.
I'm kind of worn out just watching, to be honest. And here's Gary Brown to revive.
Certainly can be and is a grind.
That's why top programs like Wichita State, fitness is involved big time.
Very important part of bowling. I don't think it's any question about it, and I think it's understated how important the fitness level of the athletes. And that's what these young men and women are. They're athletes. To stand essentially for 6, 7 hours, throw bowling balls repeatedly at 15 to 16 pounds, for example. And then to have the mental capacity to not only process information, stay on the grind. It's a grind anyway, so that makes you tired, both physically and mentally. So to do that for 6 hours of your day after waking up early, for some of these teams to struggle to just get here because of the weather in itself is a grind. And then you got to go bowl one of the toughest events of the season. So mentally you have to be prepared. Physically have to be prepared, and of course we mentioned snacks several times, but they are important to continue to revive and revitalize the body with some energy and nutrients. That's what I plan to do
during the oil break. Gary Brown was sweet enough to bring you a donut earlier.
That's a nice guy over there. That guy is a nice guy. I mean, what a guy. There's a lifer, too. That guy right there.
Absolutely.
That's a college bowling lifer.
Gary Brown bowled for Indiana back in the 90s. Seems like forever ago. Standings updated through 4 games on the men's side here. You find that in the About section underneath your video window. New leader, Robert Morris, doing some work. Not a big surprise there. Those guys are always at the top of the leaderboard. Plus 54 through 4 games. McKendree now second, plus 31. Fresno State hanging around, plus 28. Whitewater down to 4th at plus 25. And that is it. Only 4 teams plus out of 78. Fresno with a big game 4, 1092.
Where does Newman fall?
Newman all the way down to 8th. 920, 966 the last 2. Midland's trying to make a move, 1015, 1049. Wichita State grinding it out. They started with 871 and now shot 1,000 3 games in a row to move up to 11th. So a little bit of a roller coaster here. Some really good scores and some not so good scores.
Well, the two-handed effect, it certainly is very cool to watch. It's even cooler to watch the Penns react the way they do. We saw one from Lindenwood-Belleville as Chris Vi lofting the cap and carry, but it did not carry. 9-pin. Belleville trying to put a game together here on 73 and 74. Located in Belleville, Illinois. Satellite campus of the main campus of Lindenwood University in St. Charles, Missouri. Really developed now into their own identity as a program. As an athletic program at that as well.
Definitely cannot say they don't have fun there at Lindenwood-Belleville. And they're striking. And that's fun too.
That's the best.
Yeah, the only thing that makes college bowling better is striking and winning.
Yes, Bear.
Lindenwood not too worried about spares right now, striking a whole bunch here in game number 5.
Here they go. There's James. So clearly you want to be James.
James has a way. Well, you know what? If James keeps striking, that's his motivation for a 4-bagger. The 8th frame not going well for Urbana so far. Two top 10 teams on 71 and 72 right now. Game number 5 winding down. Everybody in the A frame.
Where is Lindenwood-Belleville in these standings? I'm trying to make some noise.
Number 24 after 4. Consistent 940, 950, 920, 920. Solid through 8 frames here in game number 5 though. The goal is to get in the top 12. Make match play. Total pinfall after 9 games. That's 2 different lane conditions. Will determine the top 12 for match play.
Good shot by Lindenwood-Belleville, formerly of McKendree.
So Urbana came into this game 19th after 4. Struggling quite a bit here. Notre Dame putting together a solid effort here, much like Lindenwood-Belleville. Tough spare after the string of strikes for Lindenwood. 3, 6, 9, 10.
Certainly not the easiest spare in the world. It's converted.
Not a problem. Yes, Bear. Definitely appreciating the life the Lindenwood ladies are breathing into this game 5. Up next, the final men's game of the day. Midland and William Penn and Saginaw Valley and Clarke. So it should be an exciting conclusion to our first block of competition for today. 6 more games this afternoon with the ladies.
AJ Johnson from McKendree just shot a 300 game. Way to go, AJ.
Well,
the big announcement, AJ Johnson from McKendree just shot 300.
Mark Shock, you have a phone call on line 1, please. Mark Shock, line 1.
AJ with plus 19 after 3. 200, 205, 214. We don't have game 4 scores yet, but 300 in game 5. Certainly, potentially could boost McKendree into the top spot. Came into this game just 23 pins behind Robert Morris. Robert Morris leading with plus 54, McKendree at plus 31. Only 4 teams plus Fresno State and Whitewater, the other 2.
AJ might be solidifying the numbers I spoke of earlier, read off his stats of the season. Solidifying that potential player of the year award.
The flat dime. Still a great game already. Looking at 1,000 plus with 4 bowlers to go. For Lindenwood. Just got word from Gary Brown. The women will start at 4:15 Eastern. 4:15. So I believe that's a little bit later than scheduled. Check our bowl.com schedule and adjust as needed. What lane are these guys moving to? I want to make sure that they're nearby because they're entertaining me, this Lindenwood team.
77.
All right. Close enough, we'll still be able to hear him. Seen a couple decent games here in game number 5. Lindenwood-Belleville is at 1,000 with 2 bowlers to go. Notre Dame College in the vicinity as well.
Shot from Belleville here. Got a hook. That's your favorite cheer so far, isn't it? The Yes Bear. I like that one.
What is that?
Like my man James.
We missed out. James opened in the 10th.
Be on the lookout for that one. Whoa. That ball hook.
A little bit of hook in the middle, looks like, for the lefty. .241. Belleville making a move here in game 4. Game 5, we're moving along. Sorry about that. Individual scores are up through 4 games. Ryan Greenwood, Wisconsin-Whitewater still on top, plus 133. Logan Bolts, Western Illinois, plus 108. Ryan Zagar, Robert Morris, Illinois, plus 93. Christopher Davis, Fresno State, plus 86. A.J. Johnson was plus 15 after 4 prior to the 300. Now just 47 bowlers, averaging 200 through 5 games. It's almost 400 bowlers on the lanes, and only 47 are averaging 200.
Very nice game, 10-67 for LU Belleville.
All right, game 5 in the books. We're going to see Midland, William Penn, Saginaw Valley State, and Clarke here in the finale. Game 6. Coming right up. All right, game 6 underway here at the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Game 6 of 6 for the men. The women waiting on deck. They will be on the lanes at 4:15 for practice, about 4:30 for competition today. That's Eastern time. So we look forward to everybody joining us again this afternoon. We'll have a short break to oil this 80-lane center. Updated standings through 4 are up right now. We'll have the game 5 standings in no time. Game 6, we're watching Midland, William Penn, Saginaw Valley State, and Clarke. Just talked to Saginaw Valley coach Phil Platko and said they had a bit of a rough start this morning. (8:18) in game 1, but climbing their way back up. Looking to get in the top 30 here. Midland University ranked 4th on the last collegebowling.com poll. William Penn number 11. So we're getting our fair share of top 15 teams here on our featured pair. And getting the chance to see some up-and-comers or rebuilding programs on our right-hand pair. Saginaw Valley ranked 15th right now. Clarke 21st. So if you're a top team in the country, this certainly is the place to be this weekend. Test your skills on 3 very challenging lane conditions. Only 4 teams were plus. They'll bowl 6 games on this 37-foot pattern today. Come back tomorrow for 3 more on a 51-foot pattern. And then we'll cut to the top 12 men's teams, top 8 women's teams for match play. Sunday afternoon. This is Matt Canizaro. Emil Williams Jr. joining me in the booth this weekend. Special guest appearance. 1 weekend only, sporting the USBC Open Championship shirt. Emil, a collegiate champion with Lindenwood back in 2005. And now a college basketball broadcaster. So glad to have him back. Again, this is game 6 of 6. So we'll cruise on into the finish here and then take a break while they get the lanes ready for the ladies. Emil back on the headset. I'm going to step away for this station identification.
Well said. As Matt just sent William Penn, Midland, 71 and 72. Clarke and Saginaw Valley State, 73 and 74. Mentioned apparel and jerseys earlier. William Penn and their versatility with their jerseys. Midland with the same. No collar. Collarless, they look pretty good. Saginaw Valley with some cool ones as well. Saginaw player there, certainly around 5th arrow. That was close to the 6th arrow. Ball still hooked. But you still kind of need Selling's finest. The 45th annual Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. Presented by Columbia 300. Lawrence. All light. The 4-8. That's a tough spare simply because very easy to kind of miss that right and chop the 8 right off. Highest game we've seen thus far. Again, in our immediate viewing area. Got 4 lanes, of course, for a 2 featured pair. And of course, 2 pairs, both to our left and right, that we can see. 1067 was shot right here on 73 and 74 last game by Lindenwood-Belleville. From a lane maintenance standpoint, I would say, and of course not knowing completely what the goals were when the patterns were developed, and obviously you want to make it as fair but difficult as possible. But we really didn't see guys really get left very early. And I think from a lane maintenance side, that's probably something that you want sometimes, essentially. Guys get in too early, too quick. Certainly can do a number on the lanes. But you saw the gradual transition from right to left, getting with 6, 7, 8, sometimes 5, 4, depending on the bowler. Now to the 5th, 6th arrow into the lofting of the gutter cap. So the entire gauntlet of essentially playing the lanes here on this pattern.
Well, sir, I tend to like to equate a lot of what we see to what we see at the Open Championships. I know I say that word a lot, but that's an event where we spend a lot of our time, and we learn a lot about strategy and game plan. And in that environment, you put out a 37, 38, 39-foot pattern, and again with the rule of 31, where you want your break point to be. Everybody's going to start in that general area, and you're going to try to break down the lane, create yourself some room to the right, and then you're going to creep left and use that room to the right to bank or to miss. And strategy is very similar, should be here early on, of course, but again, with so much traffic, so many games, you're going to see a greater variance from start to finish on where the players are, and it's not the same players breaking down the lane the entire time. It's different caliber. You're coming to a pair completely blind, and at this level for sure you're going to see quite a bit of versatility, players who can use the entire lane, and we're seeing that today for sure. If you're curious about the standings, just go down below your video window in the About section, and you'll see a link to the standings. We got team standings through 5 games, so we are caught up. And as expected, McKendree on top of the standings, 1071, propelled by a 300 game from Team USA member A.J. Johnson. Fresno State, 1092, 1049 back-to-back, plus 77 in second place. Robert Morris, Illinois, drops to third at plus 71. Wisconsin-Whitewater hanging in there after a big start, 995 and plus 20 overall. So 4 teams are plus after 5 games. RIT making a move up to 5th. Wichita State, 4 consecutive 1,000 games after an abysmal 871 start by their standards, in 6th place. Marion struggling the last 2 games, down to 7th. Weber International 8th. Davenport 9th. And rounding out the top 10, William Penn 10-14, 10-16 the last 2. And that team right in front of us, game number 6. Midland down in 19th place. Saginaw Valley State up to 28th after a couple 1,000 games. And Clarke sitting in 39th place. Struggling here at the Hoosier Classic in 2014. But still plenty of room. 3 games tomorrow, 1 more game here today on this 37-foot pattern. A lot of pins still out there. Gary Brown working hard on getting those standings. We'll have individual standings through 5 very shortly. Feels like the
be able to give you slight some form of knowledge, or at least some information about at least how that pattern played for some. But certainly we'll have plenty to do with perhaps who makes match play and who doesn't. Midland is really a story, man. I'm sure you probably had a chance to see them once or twice in the past couple years. They've the tutelage, although I don't see him. J.J. Mastny, former player at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and coach there as well. We're talking about a quick ascend. To college bowling. Near elite status to start them. It's a top 5 team in the nation. Men's squad, women's squad is very good as well.
Get your registration packets if you don't have them already from Bo at the table behind the lanes.
Matt, if you were starting a collegiate program tomorrow, what would you look for in your bowlers, and essentially how do you think you would develop a program?
That's definitely a tough question.
It is.
I mean, again, as we talked about so much today, you don't necessarily recruit the top talent right off the bat. Sometimes you get lucky and you have kind of a franchise player who will help attract talent, but sometimes you're starting from the ground up. And the first thing you're going to look for, I think, is commitment and coachability. You want players who understand, but they're willing to learn about the game, about equipment, and of course you have to be willing and prepared to take your hits. We're not all going to rise to the top immediately like a Weber International where you instantly find that talent. Sometimes it's a long road. You know, like I said, I didn't hear much about Lindenwood during my collegiate bowling days, but not long after, national championship. And again, that will attract more talent, so certainly I think the willingness to learn and understand the game and be committed to the program with the understanding that it's not going to be easy at first is what's important. Because I think the attitude says everything. Once you get a bad attitude in there and you get down on yourself and your team, that's going to affect the long run for sure.
All great points. Great points. I could not disagree with any of those. Great spare.
But another thing you might see looking up and down the concourse here is the number of coaches who are former collegiate players. And I think that also is a key. You need to understand what college bowling is all about, understand what a 19-hour van ride is about, and what it takes to get through a day at an event like the Hoosier. I mean, it really is about so much more than just bowling and talent. There's so much about communication and teamwork and nutrition, which we're learning quite a bit about covering these events from back here rather than being in the middle of it. We didn't see that. Our team didn't do that. But things are different. This is certainly more of a sport than it ever was. And I think a lot of these schools are learning from NCAA type programs where they have nutritionists and trainers, and they're really starting to treat bowling more like a sport. And all of that comes into play. It's more than just ability, I think. And you could have 5 great individuals on a team, and still, chances are that's not going to get it done.
I can tell you now, in this sport, collegiate bowling, individuals don't win national championships. Unless you're in the singles events. But basically what you described, Matt, has been the evolution of college bowling. From its inception, of course, all the way till the present, with the understanding of nutritional value, fitness, how to stretch, how to work out, workouts specific for bowling, what to work out, how to practice, how to work together. Certainly, we talked about missing pieces in recruiting, but all of that is for naught, really, if once they get there, the development, learning how to work together, and all those things you mentioned aren't there as well. And I personally probably just blessed to be a part of a program in a situation where there were guys before us to start the program and coaches, and essentially, during their time got it to the point to where they were on the cusp. And so a lot of our success was because of those individuals before us, because without them, then we probably wouldn't have been there. So a lot of that has to do with, kind of paying the dues and thanking everyone that essentially has ever played a role at your respective university or school.
I think it's hard for anybody being on the ground level, but eventually you could take pride in what that program turns into. There's always going to be the what ifs and what if I would have gone there and what if I would have done something different, but I had opportunities and ideas, and if I didn't choose the route that I took, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. So you give a little, and you get a lot, I guess. I don't know. I could have taken a path to a different bowling school, and who knows. But certainly not upset with how things turned out at all.
Midland is kind of starting to put some work together here. Clarke on the left lane, kind of slow and steady to begin things. It's 2 open frames through 4 complete. And a string of 5 in a row from the Saginaw Valley leadoff bowler. That's a quality shot from the Clarke leadoff bowler. And I think guys are in their wheelhouse now, as far as comfort zones go.
Yeah, Emil, if you look around at this environment, you experienced it for 4 years, or 3 years, or
8 years.
Well,
10 years.
it disappears when it's over. It's over. There used to be the World Team Challenge where this environment it was very similar. We have the one big event, some city and state tournaments, of course, and then the Open Championships at the national level. But what if we had this more often as adults? This type of atmosphere. Something to graduate to, I guess. And there's a lot of talk about that. Of course, the PBA Team League, now a big thing. A lot of former collegiate players out there. A lot of players who never got a chance to bowl in college. Having that opportunity to be part of the team atmosphere. But if this could carry over somehow post-graduation, I think that would be really cool to have more than 1 or 2 events like this, where nobody sits down, everybody's standing around high-fiving. And granted, I don't need a high-five after I miss a spare, but but certainly it's nice to be part of that electricity when the strikes start coming.
that certainly would make for an easier transition, as individuals will be already accustomed to the levels of intensity and what the environment is like. So, and you probably would have more people still competing on a regular basis.
Once again, we're conducting a checkup for the ladies behind
You know, once life starts, essentially, and you leave school, you graduate, and step into the real world, as you like to say. You know, sometimes you just don't have the time, perhaps to bowl like you want to, or compete in the various events that you'd like to. And at that point, you know, you do what you can, and you know, if you had something like this, of course, at a different level, and you say it's kind of like the Open Championships, people know that they're going to bowl that event. It's on the schedule, it's on the calendar, and this could be something like that where, you know, no matter what, I've got to get prepared, you know, for this.
It would be more for fun, to relive the old days a little bit, not for tons of prize money and brackets and all that stuff, but just to relive the experience one more time.
I should go practice right now then. I talked about earlier how we fared at this tournament for whatever reason. Our success level here at this event was not the greatest. Again, as I said, for a lot of these teams, if they struggle, it more than likely will not carry over to sectionals.
I think this can only help. The challenge of these lane conditions, no matter where you finish.
It'll tell you if you do need to work on something, and everybody, you know, always can improve on something. But, you know, if you struggled mightily on a particular pattern or, you know, whatever it was, that gives you generally a good 3 weeks to a month to prepare yourself for sectionals and get better and kind of make sure that just doesn't happen again. And that's where the kind of the coaching part comes into play as well. For example, I believe in 2007, last year, we finished second at sectionals, but it was the worst second place it was brutal. And the next day, or 2 days, no, I think it was the next day, we had 6 a.m. practice. And that point on really kind of made 6 a.m. practices were a part of the program from that point on. Not daily, but at least from up until nationals, there was a 6 a.m. practice, at least one or two during the week. And I believe Coach still incorporates that in some levels. Well, that's what it's about, learning. Second place sounds good, but it's how you got there that really counts. First of all, you didn't win. In that situation, though, second place
been there, guy.
is a W, as you made it to punch your ticket to the ITCs. But, you know, like I said, if you didn't bowl well, you got things to work on. I think you've got an idea, though, Matthew. Somebody might take you up on that. Take that and run with it.
No doubt this event, a ton of work. And again, selecting those teams, you could imagine, very challenging. Perhaps a fundraising opportunity for the current programs.
Sure, that's a great idea.
A lot of schools try to have reunions every now and then, but always looking to raise money. I know we were.
That's a great idea. Should even have the way it's structured now, I mean, from a varsity, junior varsity standpoint. Because for most teams and most schools and programs, you probably at least have, 2 teams essentially you can choose from at the very least. Or maybe you do like some of the Open Championships teams do, or teams that bowl together throughout the year in various city and state tournaments. They've got a farm team. They bring people up. That's why they pay you the big bucks, man. You come up with ideas like that.
Well, it would just be convincing bowlers to come out for the pride of their schools and the nostalgia, and not for the big payday. Although, I guess you could get some prize money involved, but it'd be more a big party, a celebration of college bowling. Maybe the big anniversary of the ITCs. I believe it started in 1975. So, 50th, not too far off. 40th, not too far off. Some of us might not live to see the 50th. We're getting kind of old. Put out a variety of lane conditions and formats. I like the mixture of the team games and the Baker play. Gives you a chance to see a little bit of everything. A lot of events used to be like that. We'd bowl maybe 6 team games the first day, and then 16 or so Baker games on day 2, and then even have some kind of step ladder or bracket afterwards. The ITCs used to be that way. And then I believe my senior year, everything went to Baker for postseason. But outside of college bowling, 0 opportunities for Baker competition. Something a good majority of the USBC members are unfamiliar with and would probably enjoy quite a bit.
It certainly is fun. And puts a premium on communication and teamwork. Roll that 4-pin. It's a good pair. And a couple of 4s rolled.
A lot of strikes for Midland. We do run into quite a few former collegiate players on a daily basis when we're out at the tournaments. A lot of them still bowl together. I don't know. I think we could pull that off, but I don't know. After all the years, what would you say was your favorite event? I mean, each one came with something different. Like I said, the team event or the team traditional games and the Baker, or the team match games, or the challenge of the conditions at the Hoosier, or the straight up Baker at sectionals.
Boy, that's a tough one. I might have to sit down for that.
All the events, they have their traditions for sure, and their histories.
Favorite event? Boy, Matthew. Do I have to pick one?
Well, yeah. And you can't pick the ITCs. That wouldn't be fair.
I'm not going to pick that.
Just a regular season event.
Regular season event. For some reason, the Boilermaker Classic comes to mind. Either that or maybe the Orange and Black Classic.
So I'm hearing more regional type events. Not really the tier ones that I would have been at.
I guess what's the criteria?
Well, let's narrow it down.
What's the
'cause
criteria?
I think every event had its charm. Of course, we had our small events as well. But let's go with tier ones.
Okay.
Because they're pretty basic. You got your Atlantis, your St. Louis match games. You got your New Jersey Christmas tournaments. You got your Las Vegas Christmas tournaments, and the Hoosier.
Out of the tier ones, we never had the opportunity to travel to Vegas or Jersey during those time periods. So we competed a lot in Atlanta, in Milwaukee, here. And so I might have to say Milwaukee, Midwest Collegiate, because it was always the first event of the year for us and just about everyone else. So I think in that regard, the excitement level of kicking off the new season would be it for us, or at least for me personally. Obviously this tournament is great. Maybe the fact of our success level would lead me not to put it in the, again, a premium on teamwork, communication, every shot being vital.
There's some communication happening on lane 74 right now. Clarke. A lot of strikes on the board.
They've quietly going to put potential to put a game together. Early on, it looked like Saginaw Valley, Midland. Midland still with an opportunity as well. A couple missed spares though on the sixth frame from that squad. I think match games is probably a favorite for a lot of other people. A lot of folks. That's always a tournament where, again, like the Hoosier, a lot of teams will go to.
I think the timing was good. The Thanksgiving weekend, everybody's out of school. It certainly was a destination. The format was unique with the match play setup, team games, traditional team games. There's always a nice high school event, high school collegiate event the night before. A chance to get into town and relax and get some games in. And of course, back in my day, there was quite the celebration when it was all over on that Saturday night before everybody headed home. So a lot of great memories in St. Louis. Just a whole package, a whole experience. And if you could somehow throw some more Baker in there. I was not fortunate enough to know how the second day of that event went. or after the 9 games are over, but certainly if I was going to share the collegiate experience with somebody, that would be the place to start.
Guys, also, as you're packing up, please make sure you grab all of your things. Please make sure you take everything with you and pack it up.
Big double from Aaron Lawrence for Saginaw Valley State.
We usually have a huge loss and found after you get the day.
Almost back-to-back splits.
Please don't forget anything.
Did we jinx them?
We may have.
Standings are available. We're in game 6 of 6 here on the men's side of the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic. McKendree on top, plus 102. Fresno State, plus 77. Robert Morris, Illinois, plus 71. Wisconsin-Whitewater at plus 20. The only 4 schools out of 78 who are in the black, averaging 200 or 1,000 for the 5-player teams so far today. We're going on a 37-foot lane condition. They'll be back tomorrow for 3 more games. 51 feet will be the challenge of the day. And afterwards, the top 12 teams after 9 games, total pins will determine which 12 teams will advance to bracket match play on another lane condition. 42 feet. Coming up next, the ladies will take over Western Bowl for 6 games of their own, and we'll be here all the way through. That's right, 6 more games.
We should have wrote out a script. Potential segments.
We're just gonna shut it down.
We're using it all up.
We're gonna start over, brand new. Expect a whole new crowd coming in for the ladies. That'll be at approximately 4:30 Eastern. It's almost 3 o'clock now. Game 6 wrapping up. We will shut things down and restart in a little over an hour. Not before we finish with Midland, William Penn, Saginaw Valley, and Clarke.
And for all of these schools, these last couple of frames are very important for, I think, a couple of reasons. One, depending on where they are in the standings, certainly will affect them no matter what. B, it could be a momentum booster. You could just get an understanding of what it feels like to bowl well on a tough condition in a tough environment, and really give yourself a chance in the final 3 games tomorrow, even though it is on a completely different condition. Mentally knowing that you've got a chance can do wonders for you. Breaks like that certainly help, and that's something you got to take full advantage of. Nice shot there. area that is being played by most schools and players that you see now really certainly wasn't my A game, and still isn't my A game, nor is it I guess a complete comfort zone place to play, but again, that's a part of growing as a bowler. You have to be able to play that area on today's college bowling and bowling in general. Matt is listening intently as that spare is missed.
I'd like to join today's broadcast. I remember last year it was kind of like this, and it closed in on us after a while. But by the time we got to the championship match for the women, it was just me and Aaron, the women's team, and their coaches, and that was it. Like there's like 13 people in the whole bowling center by the time this thing was over.
In this event, of course, PowerPoints are important. And if I'm not mistaken, PowerPoints are still determined after the qualifying round. So whoever leads essentially gets the maximum number of PowerPoints allotted for the Tier 1 event. So you could essentially gain the most PowerPoints but not win the actual tournament. So in that case, what you want to do to have a chance to win is just get into the tournament, and that's make the top 12. And you can get in the top 12, then you've got yourself a chance. Certainly, as I used to tell when I was a graduate assistant, you certainly cannot win on the first day. All you want to do is just get there. You can get there, then you can make something happen. But you got to get there first. Even if you have a poor day in the first day, you still can get there. It may be a little tougher, but it's possible. A good start certainly will never hurt you. I guess that's maybe not all the way true.
Well,
mentally it can hurt you. You don't want to relax.
We've certainly learned if it's possible on paper, then make it happen. It's possible on the scoreboard.
Numbers don't lie, Matt. Check the scoreboard.
Here we are, the 10th frame.
Clarke putting it together.
Finishing strong. Saginaw Valley finishing strong. They're on the rise here. A couple good games. Games 4 and 5. Sometimes I feel like we're invisible, sitting back here with all these cameras and tripods and headphones. That's all right. couple good games to finish out the day here on 73 and 74.
Big double there. That goes a long way. Double in the 10th turns into a 3-bagger.
We actually used to practice that. We just start bowling the 8th, 9th, and 10th frame. Get your feel for the foundation frames and, of course, the understanding of how many pins are really out there in the 10th frame.
Paddock area is behind lanes 21 and 22. Gentlemen have one set up here behind lanes 40 and 41 in the Hall of Fame area. You do not have to keep your equipment here, but you can if you want to. As you're finishing, we ask that you clean up your bowling area if you can. And also be sure to take all of your personal belongings with you. Do not try to leave anything. Not responsible.
$9.59 for Clarke. They've got 3 bowlers to go. $9.34 for Saginaw Valley State. Their third bowler was on a strike in the 9th frame. Looks like the 4-pin.
You know, I'm going to try to guess here, but let's say hypothetically you just finished bowling 6 games. You've been here since 6:30 in the morning. You're packing up your stuff. What are you thinking about right now?
Food.
Exactly. I would have guessed that. Not thinking about the last 6 games right now.
Food and more than likely a nap.
Somewhere early in game 5 or 6. That's when you start thinking about where you're going to lunch.
And the nap would probably, especially in this situation, the nap would probably either wait or come here at the bowling center. So I would be one of the individuals who would come back to watch the girls.
That's sweet of you. I think they'd appreciate that.
I'd be asleep watching. I would be present physically.
By the way, according to our countdown here on YouTube, we're approaching the 7-hour mark for today's first qualifying round here at the 2014 Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic.
Penn with a good opportunity to finish strong here as well. Four of their 5 bowlers entered the 10th frame on a strike. One's on a 3-bagger, the other 2, I beg your pardon, on a double. There's one.
hard to tell sometimes. College bowling is so emotional. There's a fine line between the excitement of a big double or the feeling you get after a stone 8-pin. Sometimes the reaction is very similar. Saginaw Valley and Clarke both going to be over 1,000 this game.
Of course, not being able to see the entire center or having access to updated scores all day long, we've been able to keep up, obviously. You know, coming down to the 6th game, really interested to see the final results, to see where people have positioned themselves for the final 3 games of qualifying tomorrow morning. 2-11. Midland with a big double in the 10th frame. This area of the house were the final ones to get finished. And for good measure, 6-7 pickup. 10:52 for Clarke, 10:24 for Saginaw Valley. Great game. All right, Clarke University. Well, that's what you call a momentum builder.
And just like that, the day's over, though. Start getting your groove.
They'll take it though. They'll happily take 10:52 until their food and nap time.
Next week we need Thursday and Friday.
9:51. William Penn, fourth bowler on a 3-bagger. Spare in the 10th frame. Max score 229.
We're continuing to check in women's teams behind
Fourth
lanes
bowler here, William Penn.
44.
Midland trying to finish strong.
See the nice gentleman at the table, and he will take care of you. Also, make sure your ball cards are filled out.
Lane crew,
Turned in
Nick
in time for
Hoagland.
check-in.
Staff members. Ready to take care of business for the first qualifying squad for the women.
If you want to just drop the score sheets off to me here at the counter, I'll take them. If not, look for somebody else.
Now, what's our high game that we've seen today?
Backhaul Direct T-shirts. They will take your score
Did we see a
sheets as well.
1060? Lindenwood-Belleville, right? Does that sound right?
Not 100% sure. I saw a couple 1050s, 1020s. 1067, Lindenwood-Belleville.
That's the one.
So 1083 off to our left, game 1 today. Off camera.
Aha.
For those of you watching at home, we get a sweet music video while you finish up Game 6 here on the men's side, 2014. Backhaul Direct Hoosier Classic, Matt Canizaro and Emil Williams Jr. We'll be here all day and all night. 6 men's games just about complete here. The women coming up next. The final shot. 10:44 for William Penn, 9:99 for Midland. And that's going to do it from this afternoon's broadcast. We're going to shut things down and come back in about an hour with the ladies. Appreciate everybody joining us. If you want to check the scores, the link will remain underneath the video on this broadcast, so check that out. Appreciate everybody being here. We'll be back soon. It's the news for now, Mr. Williams. We'll see you on the lanes.